Hello, I am the Ronan Bond, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Bond livestream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bond. Your only source for Clustertruck Speedrunning, 7:20 a.m. Here's what we're doing. Hey, I've been up since like 3:30, maybe 3:45. I'm doing good. I'm swinging that sleep schedule around a little bit. Wanted to get this shit out of the way. So. What is going on? Why is that loud as fuck? Am I crazy? I have this thing down at like... I had that down at 30%. I'm looking at the meters, and they're bouncing like it's as loud as me talking. Was that the case? What the hell just happened? I'm gonna look. You're not even here yet. You haven't even begun this live stream. How fucking loud was this? Yeah. And then... That's fine. It's under. Man, the meters were really lying to me there. We're playing Clustertruck today, and you'll note from the this over here, from the splits, that I got another 13-minute 22-second time off stream. On the last stream on Thursday, we got a 13:22, 0.4, I think it was, or 0.2. It was 0.2, because this was a 0.1 second time save. Yeah, I picked up a new PB by 0.1 seconds, which at the very least probably removes any doubt as to whether or not I managed to grab 6th rank with my new time, because it was essentially tied for 13:22 with JFred. Having saved another 1/10 of a second, I would be a little bit more confident even in the idea that I probably got it now. But for reals, you know. Okay. Just a little bit of warm-up practice on the old 910 here. It will be important that we get a good one for a second try when we come in. Like, this would suck. Yeah, that would really suck. There you go. Hello, Ren Phoenix. In the wee hours of the morning. My new PB here did come into hell and get a first try 910 in about 7 seconds. So if I were to come here and do some shit like this, well, that would just ruin the run. But if we're like a 12-13 second clear, then I'd have to have a lot of time to burn. So we do want to be ready to come in, do a first try 910, and nail it in 6 seconds as opposed to 7 this time. How you doing in the wee hours of the morning there, Ryan? I mean, it's not necessarily that wherever any individual may be, but where I am in Detroit, I've been up for 4 hours, I think. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I get a little bit warmed up on the old 8-3, huh? Yeah, see the shake in the hand? That's why we gotta warm up. Try and work it out before we get here on good time. You gotta get just the right hit in the first place. And trying to aim with a little jiggle in your hand ain't good. You haven't gone to sleep yet. Ah, I see. Well, I'm coming back around to like old people time, so I'm back on a good sleep schedule, or, I'm getting there anyway. I'm up at, at a reasonable hour, and then asleep by 5 or 7 p.m. kind of thing. Just, you know, old person sleep time. That's good, isn't it? What else could use a little warm-up before we get here? In PB, in the new PB, I did this. And, you know, since it came down to 0.1 second time, it was necessary. I don't know what I'm going to go for and what I'm not going to go for now. 6-1. Oh god, the like, level load time is so different now that we're live streaming. I was, babied by doing it offline. Okay, 6-1 does screw up my times here. These are counting as attempts. This would be, I would play this. Yeah, and that goes in, it's just slow. This also goes in, it's just slow. And you can get one that goes dead balls at where you want to be, and doesn't even need to be steered sometimes. Okay, anything else? World 5's pretty much locked in. We won't go for 4-5 unless we need it. There's a lot of time to be saved on 4-4. In the new PB, I struggle with this. In the old PB, I had struggled with it, and so there was time to be saved. I managed to struggle even more in the new PB, so there's a lot of time to be saved. 4-4. 3-5. Okay. Anything here? 2-2. Like this and like that. That won't go. You know. Okay, I think we can just jump in and see what works. But yeah, the level load times are drastically different. Live streaming versus not live streaming. Which, you know, I was recording. I have the recording of it. But it sure felt lighter. Can't really imagine why. Same encoding was fundamentally happening, I would think. Just wasn't sending it out over the internet, so it would make sense, but then again, you know, so many things in computing don't. People who make these systems are, they're not the most, I want to say, psychologically stable. Okay. Yeah, this gets me there, if but slowly. It's basically the same as PB, I would say, maybe a little bit longer because the first death didn't happen as quickly. We're just getting warmed up. Get my pause timings down so that we get better hits than that shit. Like this. This is a good hit. So, I don't think... Had this happened by the last live stream? Have I talked about it? That, I was killed on the Minecraft server? Was that a topic of last live stream? I don't know. I was killed on the Minecraft server, minecraft.roninpawn.com. I got killed on the server, by the server, by the Chunky Border plugin, is what it's called, and it's what provides us with a world border. Good. And it's buggy as all fucking hell, apparently, and the sad thing is I looked into just like, I'm like, well, we can use Chunky and not have to use Chunky Border. I looked on Modrinth for like an alternate plugin that provides similar functionality, and there's a million little plugins that nobody's ever downloaded that provide different versions of like an expanding world border and shit like that, but none of them seem to be what I want, which is what Chunky Border provides. Yeah, that was just fucking don't do that. Which is like, you know, a border with control over shape and radius and stuff like that. I'm not looking for like wacky expanding features over time. Every time you kill something, the world gets larger. That's fun and neat and whatnot. I'm looking for just a standard old, like, but like that I can say it's a radius, it's a circular radius, as opposed to a great big old square. Which is what everybody wants to do. Mason, you have a telescope for me? There you go on, I'm available. I did find, I think, do I have a telescope? Maybe I don't. Maybe that was offline. I played a little offline, too. I got to that point with the server, even before I died on the server to the fucking server because of the glitchy bugginess of some asshole's plugin that's half developed and half thought out. I was already getting, like, a little bit, you know, to the point where it feels like, oh, kinda, made all the progress on the server. There's no need to continue this run. Let me reset. You know, I've made my art projects, I've made my home, I've made my base, I've made my, my secrets that, I've only shown to one person so far. These are horrible hits. You know, you get to that point where it's like, what's next? And, that's why, like, it's so important to be playing with people on a server. As opposed to kind of playing alone even though you're on a server, which is what I tend to fall into. Because, you know, if you have people to go do things with and to do things for and stuff like that, it just feels better. It makes for more, there's more fun to it, there's longer legs to it. And everybody's kind of living their own little life in their own little corner of the world. You know, you get to a certain point where you feel like you've done all the things that you want to do, and then now why are you logging on? So I was already getting there, but I still felt like I wanted to play some Minecraft, so I went back to my my test seed from when, you know, I decided that I was going to make a server. I first just tested like the new version of Minecraft and stuff like that, so I went back to that, and I don't know, I went into the Nether and got all the things, and went to the end and beat the dragon, and I did all the things. And then so what I was doing on the Minecraft server was that I was coming we just expanded the world, and there's, you know, I was gonna make netherite armor. I already like went and got a bunch of netherite. I need the netherite armor pattern or whatever the fuck they call it. I need the template. So I was gonna go bastion hunting, and that's what I was doing when I got killed by the fucking world border, by Chunky World fucking Border. Because it glitched, because I was riding a Strider. I was riding a Strider while exploring the Nether, which, geez, I guess I'm the first person who's ever fucking done that with Chunky Border installed, huh? I was riding a Strider in the Nether, exploring it, and at some point I got to, like, the world border, and game said to me, you know, you've reached the world border, and I heard a like I'd been teleported, but I was still where I was. And more importantly, I just could keep going. And honestly, I didn't even realize which direction I was turned in. I think the teleport might have spun me around and, like, left me, you know, discombobulated, not sure which direction I came from and which direction I was going in. But yeah, I was at the world border, and the world border is like, you've you may not pass, and then it immediately let me pass, apparently because I was riding on, you know, in a vehicle, or what you would call a vehicle, a strider. So I wasn't the one traveling through the border, the strider was, and I was attached to the strider, which apparently allowed me to do that, except for it kind of didn't, because whenever I got off of the strider, or just stopped holding the you know, mushroom on a stick that controls the strider, thank you. Whenever I took it out of my hand, I would immediately lose, or I would immediately be teleported back to the place at which I crossed the border. The exact point at which I had originally crossed the border. Now that's all well and good, I guess. I mean, it's a big fucking stupid-ass bug that's really obvious and that surely you would have fucking found in testing. But it's not that bad, is what I would say. You know, if that's kind of just a little glitchy way that it works, and then when you know, when you're outside the border, you get teleported back when it realizes that, hey, wait a second, that kind of a thing. It'd be one thing if that was the only issue. The issue was that it actually teleports you back to the border even when you're trying to go back into the valid world. You can cross the border on the strider, walk back into the area that you're supposed to be in, inside the border, and then when you put down the fucking stick or you try and get off, it immediately teleports you back to where you were, which, by the way, in, calm the fuck out. Suck my fucking dick. Which, by the way, when you're riding around on a strider in the nether, it means that the place you cross the fucking border is in the middle of goddamn lava. So if you leave the strider, you are instantly teleported to in the lava. You get dropped into lava. Fuck this. So, I was, for 20 minutes probably, I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on, and, you know, trying to come to terms with, okay, what's the bug, and what's happening, and what can I do, and what can't I do, and discovering, you know, how this thing worked. And eventually, like at the end of it, I think I'd realized that actually when I try to re-enter the world, when I walk deep into the world isn't loading. The chunks of the valid world that are within the border are not loading once I get to basically the you know, far enough away, yeah. Far enough away from that magic spot on the border where it's trapped me. It's fucking soft-locked me to the border, even when I try and walk back into the valid world that's within the border. The world doesn't even load. So the chunks aren't loading. So eventually, I'm like, well, I gotta find out, you know, does this work? Does it not work? What the fuck's going on? I'm gonna walk into the unloaded chunk. I walk into the unloaded chunk, and nothing happens. I can't keep walking forward at a certain point, but I'm allowed to exist on the edge of the, like, slightly within the unloaded chunk. And nothing's really happening. I'm not taking damage or anything for about 3 or 4 seconds, and then I start taking damage. I'm like, oh, shit. Alright, so now, I guess it's because I'm outside the world, right? It's because I'm in this unloaded chunk, so I'm taking damage like I'm in, like I've fallen out of the world, maybe. But that's okay, because all I have to do is, you know, swap to another inventory slot, and I'll be teleported back to the border, and I'll actually be inside the world again, right? So I roll over to, you know, I switch over to my stack of food to eat, since I'm taking damage, keep myself alive, and I do indeed get teleported back to the border, but now it appears as though maybe I didn't fall out of the world. Maybe that wasn't where the damage was coming from, because when I get teleported back to the border, what's actually going on is I'm being attacked by a magma cube. There's a magma cube back at the border, and it is pressed right on top of me. I teleported right back into it. And it is the thing that's killing me, or at least seems to be. And so now I'm thinking, maybe... Cool. Maybe what happened was was that when I walked into the unloaded chunk, maybe it teleported me back here, but, like, it left my camera and my, you know, in the game, it looked to me as though I was standing in the unloaded chunk. But the server, had physically teleported my character back to the border, where after a couple of seconds, you know, magma cube walked over and started attacking me, which I couldn't see because I'm 10 chunks away, as far as I know, anyway. That's my theory now, is that this piece of shit fucking half-tested, half-baked fucking, but 100,000 people have installed it and used it plugin, Chunky Border, my theory is that it soft-locked me to the border in a way that I couldn't walk past, I couldn't get back into the world, I couldn't exit the world, because every time that I would, you know, not be traveling on the Strider, I'd get teleported back to it, and then it actually managed to, like, separate my corporeal form from what I could see in the game, and so I was getting killed by a magma cube, but it was just a magma cube, it wasn't fucking killing me. Like, if I could have eaten, then I would have been fine. But for some reason, I'm on my fucking hotbar where the food is, and I'm holding right-click, and nothing is happening. And I'm tapping right-click to try and make it happen, and nothing is happening. So basically this plugin just fucked the whole game up, in a way that the game didn't know what the fuck was going on. And because of that, I was killed, I think, by this magma cube, and all my shit fell off of, you know, the Strider into the lava. And so, you know, my next, like, fun time on the server would be doing a bunch of trading and getting a bunch of levels in order to remake the fucking armor that I was in the Nether to try and, you know, get the template so that I could make it into netherite, which, if I had it in netherite, it wouldn't have been able to burn in the lava like it did. And it's just like, what a bunch of fucking bullshit. And, you know, it's always the worst when you die to a glitch in the game, you didn't have a chance, it's not about, oh, I fucked up, or I didn't think, or I didn't react fast enough. I was fucking in my inventory trying to eat food while the game was magically killing me, because I was in one place but visually in another or some shit because of this piece of shit plugin. Chunky Border. Been half developed, half thought out, tacked onto Chunky, which is a very popular thing, and so I think it's got a bunch of downloads because of that. Chunky is, you know, it preloads the chunks of your server and improves performance, and it's just a good idea all around. Chunky is. And then Chunky Border is just like, it adds, basically, you put in one more command after you've pre-generated everything, and you can throw up a border. It's very convenient in theory. Now, if only it fucking worked, huh? What if you had that in there? What if it fucking, like, could tell when you're riding a horse, or you're in a boat, or you're, you know, on a fucking Strider, if the teleportation features actually fucking functioned. Hey, developers. What if you did some fucking testing on the thing before you shipped it to 100,000 people? Maybe they work for Google and they're just so used to it. We've come up with a feature. It's untested. We've gotten a lot of bug reports. We're gonna ship it. Money to be made. They work for OpenAI or something. In my spare time, when I'm not making shitty half-broken software for a corporation, I make shitty half-broken software for free. Oh, the contributions I'm making to the world. Fuck. But yeah, so that was my last Minecraft experience, and it's kind of... I mean, honestly, it's... I just haven't had the time to jump back onto the server because I've been working on my game. But when I have considered, like, oh, okay, end of the day kind of thing, it's definitely harder to be like, alright, let's log onto the server and get something done. Oh, wait, I have to go like, redo hours and hours of my time because because some asshole pushed a plug-in that's half-baked, half finished. One thing if you're in the world and you fuck up and you get killed, and that kind of thing. That's one thing. Still feels bad, man, when you had some fucking control over it. My only control over this would have been to not explore the bug. Not to just be like, alright, well, fuck this, I'm gonna teleport out. I've got admin ops, we've got, you know, some public teleports on the server. I'm just gonna escape this scenario and say fuck it. But I felt like I probably should know what the hell was happening. And, you know, be able to, since I'm running this plugin on my server, have some fucking idea of how it works and what its problems are and be able to report the bug and everything. That's my only thing, is that I was, you know, I didn't just fucking walk away immediately and be like, somebody else's problem. So I got punished for, you know, for being responsible and taking some accountability that apparently the developers of the fucking thing haven't. There's nothing more satisfying than complaining about developers. Especially when they've made a free product that they're giving away. Nothing better than to just piss on somebody's efforts. Like, this is kind of a piece of shit, isn't it? You kind of suck at this, don't you? Nothing better. Nothing kinder, nothing sweeter, nothing gentler in the universe. Is this freeware? Let me dump all over you. Now, of course, what I did was I went to the GitHub, and I reported the bug. And I gave what I would think is a pretty clear and straightforward report. And the developer almost immediately responded, saying, so, what, the problem? I gave like an 8 fucking paragraph. You just heard me explain it. It's kind of hard to explain. So I left like 8 paragraphs of my fucking time I put into explaining so that it would be clear. Motherfucker comes back with like, so the problem is just that you can walk past the border if you're riding a Strider? No, dipshit asshole. Fuckwad. No. No person who does not value my or anyone else's time. No. No, the reason why I took all the fucking effort and time, I lost all this fucking time to your shitty plugin, and then I took more time out of my life in order to provide you with this incredibly specific fucking feedback. No, the problem is larger than that. It's that I got soft-locked at the fucking... like, it's in the title of the fucking report, you asshole! But, yeah. So, you know, I was kind in person. Provided a lot of valuable feedback and bug reporting and stuff like that. But now that I'm on my live stream, fuck that asshole. Jesus Christ. Fucking hard is it to program in Java, you dipshit. I don't know anything about Java, really. Oh wait, no, I'm not gonna. I haven't really worked in Java. Worked in JavaScript, obviously. As a man who, like, prefers to code in Python, how fucking hard is it to code in fucking Java, dipshit? I mean, right now I am working in C++, but still. By the way, I wonder if I could code in Raylib in like a more modern language. I mean, it's too late now. I'm weeks deep into the C++ stuff, but I wonder if like something like Rust, or I hear there's an actual like a successor already to Rust, something that like does the memory management side of things kind of on its own, that doesn't ask you to decide whether this should be a pointer or a reference or a, you know, where, or maybe it's like, maybe that shit is still there, but it's just memory safe. It's like it's harder to fuck it up. Whereas I heard somebody describe it recently as the difference between C++ and Rust is that C++ is basically like having a shower curtain between you and, you know, being able to fall over and slam your head into the wall kind of a thing. There's a shower curtain to stop you. And so you can very easily not intend to, you know, do harm to yourself and others in C++. Whereas Rust makes it more like there's, what do they put it as? Instead of a shower curtain, maybe like drywall or something like that. You can still fall through the wall, you could still, you know, that kind of a thing, but it's a lot harder. There's something solid for you to... I think maybe they said it was like glass. There's something solid for you to, you know, fall against, but if you fall against it too hard, then you can still break something. Still fall through. And then there's something new, apparently, relatively new, that's a successor to Rust. It's supposed to basically make it so that the whole memory management thing is now just a complete brick wall. It's just not up to you to fuck with. You would have to, you know, drill through the brick wall. There's no way that you can accidentally fuck it up. And that sounds about right to me. The idea of this wild level of memory management that's required. I mean, you know, even once you're used to the whole pointer reference value passing, like the ideas, it's just, I don't know. It's like you have to stop and consider every time that you make something new structure kind of things. Is it going to work as pointers, or should it be references to be, or do I actually have to pass it by value? And if I am passing it by value, like, how much data is actually being passed? Is it going to be... Is the storage cost, should I really be, like, should I sacrifice some of this for that? And there's just so many fucking considerations to be made, and it slows you down and makes you feel like you're making precious little progress. Thankfully, I'm using ChatGPT, so, you know, the average memory reference concern is just kind of handled. Like, ChatGPT has already considered it, thought about it a little bit, and just, you know, hands it back to you in the format that makes the most sense. Or, you know, at least when I do have to lay hands directly on the concept, it's like I just sort of describe the memory structure that I'm thinking of, and then it comes into being without me having to, you know, one is making the decision of what should it be, and then two is the implementation of it, and finding out, oh, wait, no? Okay, so if it's going to be references, then, you know, that kind of a thing. But I wonder if Raylib is compatible with some of the, like, more modern replacements. I didn't look into it. I was, my training, was in C++ with Raylib. So I just reached for what I knew. And it's been fine. It's not that big of a deal, you know. I'm making a big deal out of it, and it would be if I didn't have an AI to help me. No way. Oh no, I guess so, because I did the method. Yeah. I did the early, whatever you'd call it. Ooh. Good. This will save a little time, actually. In the last PB, I didn't get that. Oh, but I didn't get hit by the blower until late there. Still saved over a second. Cool. Or no, saved a second. Alright, and if we get this, that'd be a major gain. All skill, no luck. Fuck! Shit. Okay, well at least, I'm still in it, you know? Come the fuck on. This happened in, PB, too. Came into 8-1, and I was so, like, I had been struggling so much to make 7-10 work. Fucking goddamn it. Oh my god. Huge. Huge. Okay. That is massive. First try, 8-7. Massive. Size of my dick and balls. Okay. Yeah, just keep it alive. It's slow, but keep it alive. Nice. Slow and steady wins the race, buddy. Whoa. Okay. I'm alive. Good enough. Is it though? No. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. It's over. It's over because 9-7. Fuck. 9-7 is called the fucking Widowmaker for a reason. This is horrible too, that doesn't even go. And this sucks as well. Okay. Okay. What? Alright, well the whole fucking thing would have gone to shit, apparently, regardless. And still a deep 1345. Jesus Christ. 9-7. It was kind of like this in PB too, and I just barely made it by leving, using absolutely all the lev that I had. I went right past the trucks, and then down here I threw a truck, and then it was so fucking close. I need better than that. I need a hit that sends me with some velocity and direction to the fucking end. This one feels good. It's very close, though. And it looks like I still have to drop a truck. Yeah, that's fucking awful. Even something like this would be great, because at least I know I'm fucking getting there. There's no like, oh shit, but what if, and then I have to drop the truck at the end, and the terrain is ridiculous. Terrain here is basically imaginary. It doesn't match where the trucks are. Or, you know, the trucks basically float. At the end of the level, they float 4 feet above the actual surface of the terrain, so you cannot know visually where you're gonna die. And in fact, that's what happened to us on the first death. Why not? Like, was I dead at the moment that it said, "You're dead now"? No. I was literally like, if I was dead where I was sitting there, where I was standing in midair, and that truck was, you know, buried in the ground. Because I was like 3 feet up the side of the fucking truck. And I died in mid-fucking air on 9-7. And that was me, like, pulling back and being like, it's not gonna make it, I'm gonna be safe, we've got the time to, like, lose here. And then I died for the usual reason. Right down in there is the worst fucking mismatch of terrain and hitbox that gaming has ever produced. Right down there. Well, nice to, I guess, whatever. Put a fucking positive spin on it in your own fucking head. Had a good run all the way to hell. 10 seconds ahead coming into 9-7. Killed by the Widowmaker. What do you fucking expect? It's hell. It's 9-7. And honestly, I don't even remember that run. Like, that run I was ranting about Minecraft and I think the whole time, and I just wasn't at all, like, mentally present. So if I can do it without having to pay attention, then imagine if I were paying attention. It'd probably be worse. It's usually how that goes. You do well when you're not paying attention. And again. Great progress on the game, by the way. Did my first batch of animation, of pixel art animation, and I actually did it live on stream. You guys just don't know where the stream is. Maybe some of you do. But from the ancient days of yore, I have a channel called WHOLE Labs here on Twitch as well, and I just had registered that back in the day so that I could, like, test, you know, trying to get different configurations working, especially when there wasn't so much technology overhead, where it was like trying to match a game, you know, figuring out how you could get, for example, Minecraft to live stream was, like, really fucking hard, because Minecraft just sucks up all of your CPU resources. It's a horribly inefficient game. And so I used WHOLE Labs as a place to test my configurations, to set things up, and I haven't used it in possibly a decade. Like, we are at the point where I could say that, and it might actually be true. It might actually be an entire decade since I streamed to WHOLE Labs. I did stream to WHOLE Labs the other day, to work. I decided I'm going to be doing, pixel art today mainly. So let's do this, live. I've been thinking about it for a while. Streaming the game dev process. And so I did. Importantly, on Pawn Live, or Pawn Labs rather, the whole point is that I can't be talking, I can't be narrating. If I'm doing what I'm doing now, all this chatting and talking and whatnot, then I'm just live streaming on like a third of, on more days of the week. I don't have the air for that, man with MECFS, so importantly, like I've got the mic open and stuff like that, but I'm not trying to be an entertainer there, and if anything, I'm trying to stop myself from my habit of being an entertainer, of being on. And I'm happy to report that I was not on Pawn Labs. And things were as I would have wanted them to be. And so on Pawn Labs Live, I did my first round of animated sprite work for the game. And I was working in a whole new program, literally picked the program, downloaded it, installed it, and gave it a try live on stream for the first time. Pixel-O-Rama is what the app is called. And I'm happy to report that it's very intuitive. It's everything that I would expect to be there, and all of the things are in the places where I expect them to be. So yeah, good little app there for making pixel art a little bit more convenient than doing it in GIMP, which is where I had started to do the static work. And I figured once I was doing animation that I would want something that, supported frames and onion, whatever you call it. I just call it onioning, but onion skinning, I guess is what they call it, where you can kind of see I could have done it manually in GIMP, but you can kind of see the last frame of the animation is overlaid on top of the current frame that you're working on, kind of thing. Reset that. Which, by the way, doesn't really work that well for pixel art. I find that, at least for the 16 by 16 pixel art that I'm working on, 16 by 16 tile set, maybe if you were on this, like, the two colors were significantly different from another, but it's an animation, so that'll never be true, so it's just kind of not good to have, like, a vague impression of your last frame underneath the current frame that you're working on. It kind of just doesn't work in pixel art. But that's fine because it's convenient enough to just kind of flip back and forth from one frame to the next and figure your animation out that way. But yeah, the colors that you're working with versus the colors that you were using on the last frame, like in most pixel art scenarios, you're using 2 to 3 colors, right? You've got like your main color and then a shadow color and a highlight color. And I was working with 2. And so if those colors are pretty near one another, as they are likely are, then the onion skinning effect is to have no idea which are the live pixels and which are the old pixels. It's just not a good idea. So I just ended up, flipping from one animation to the next to do most of my work, and it worked fine. It worked great. I got some really nice animations out of it that I like, and for, first day working on animated, like, on that level, doing animation, and first day working with a brand new program, very happy with how much I got done. And after the live stream, I actually came back and did another couple of minutes of things because I had an idea and was able to implement it really quickly. We also did a little bit of coding on that stream. you know, using ChatGPT. Although I didn't show you my conversation. You're not allowed to see ChatGPT. It's shy. But I used a little ChatGPT. I think I did a little manual coding too. But we got the system that we needed implemented to support the pushing the animation. Like, I had every single system in place to support animated sprites, except for I had literally forgotten that I needed something like in the renderer to update to the frames to tell the animated sprite that, okay, it's time to go ahead and add this amount of delta time to the current animation and give me the new frame. So I had to write that up while we were live. Anyway, if you want to, you know, be around for... Wow, this is going to be maybe gold. Oh, I almost went past it. That's why it's not gold, is I missed the cube for a minute there. If you want to be around for some, you know, graphic art design or programming, then twitch.tv/ fuck you. Twitch.tv/fuck you. Twitch.tv/Pawn Labs is where I may do some of that. Where we are in the code right now is, last thing I did was yesterday yes. Made a lot of helpers and looked at some implementations, looked at like some things that I didn't like the way that they worked. I have a flip map. The way that my system works right now for generating the world, you know, 2D top-down sprite map, tile map kind of world. The way that it works. Ooh, that's fast. Give me a second, because I gotta focus on, 4-4, save some time. A lot of time. The way that it works is we load in, we got like 3 different layers. So you get the base layer, which defines what tile is to be used. So each tile is, you know, it has a certain graphic representation. Is it dirt? Is it this? Is it that? Is it the other thing? So first we load in what kind of tile. And that's your base layer. And then underneath that tile, which by the way is defined by, it's a character map. So, you know, you can just have it be like, you can assign W for wall, and then you can draw out a little, you know, 2D map of where there should be walls, and then use like G for ground or F for floor or something like that. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, baby. Nice. So you draw out your little base map of where you want the floors and the walls and stuff like that, having already like registered what image should go with what character in the map. But you don't just register what image goes with what character. You can register multiple images per character. And so there's another map, optional map, where in addition to saying W for wall and F for floor, you can say from 0 to 9 which variant of wall or floor you want to use in any particular position. Including R for random, to select from all of the available variants randomly. And it's a seeded randomness so that it's stable from one tick to the next. And then in addition to those systems, or in addition to those 2 maps, we also have, this is so slow I'm going under this way. We also have a flip map. which is what it sounds like. It is a map that allows you to say, I want this version of this image to be flipped, either on the horizontal, on the vertical, not flipped at all. Please stop giving me this little boost, thank you. Horizontal, vertical, not flipped at all, or again, random, or both, or random. And the idea is if you had something like a grass texture, you could load in like 4 or 5 simple grass textures, right? Maybe just 2 or 3. And then you could tell it wherever I tell you to use grass, G, pick one at random for yourself, but also pick like a flip state at random. And so, 3 different variants of grass would result in 6, 9, 12 different types of grass, I think. Different visualizations for grass. And so you can just immediately create so much like variability and, combat the repetitiveness that frequently occurs in sprite-based art. But without having to put a lot of effort into it. That was the idea behind the system as I designed it. But yesterday I realized that I had imagined that scenario with grass so fully that I had prioritized the idea of grass being the thing, of randomness being the default. And I had built everything around that. And I was finding out that's not really true. If you want randomness, you really want to have to declare it explicitly. As opposed to what I was doing, which was not declaring it explicitly. It was the default. It would always be random. So we changed the way that the flip map worked in order to just make it feel more intuitive. And then we made a whole bunch of helpers that reduced how much code it takes me to describe what the current scene that I've drawn up actually is. Like how it should be drawn and what it contains and where the props are and what tiles and stuff like that. Reduced the code by probably 20 or 30 lines by creating some helpers. And at this point I think what we've got is really, really solid. I'm really happy with it. And now we're ready to build the trigger system, which is a big deal. Coming up with the underlying... I was supposed to do the thing here and I didn't. Coming up with the underlying principle, the underlying system in a class structure in object-oriented programming for handling these trigger scenarios, knowing that triggers will be used on the map, they'll be used attached to props, they'll be used attached to characters that move and stuff like that, trying to make sure that you know what the underlying structure should be before it gets started. Before it really gets started is a little intimidating. Thank you for that. Okay, this is a backup, so we're losing time. If we get 710, the world's our oyster. All skill, no luck. I did not get it. Still, it saved time. I didn't struggle as much. Unlikely. Hard to believe. On the outside. That's really good. No. Oh, fuck. Okay, okay, we're good. The recovery wasn't that bad. I think I cleared this with a 19 in PB, so we're probably not even losing that much. Good. Whoa, just barely. Okay. Again, coming into hell with 10 seconds. Nope. Oh, shit! That's way better than last time. Good. Nine, 7. Fuck. That's the run, dead to 9-7. Just not giving me a PPTB. Twice in a row. Twice in a row, 297. This is huge, though. This is gold? No? Damn. Incredible. Nope. Thank you. And 9-10 kind of fucked me too. No, still not high enough. Give me a fucking hit that doesn't suck balls, you tit shit fucker. Another 1346. I swear that was our last one too. The last one was a fucking 1346 also. And it died to 9-7 with green time. So we're killing it. Right until we get to fucking 9-7. This is the option. This is the other option that I was like, this is too sketchy. But having just been fucked out of multiple PB runs by 9-7, I'm willing to reconsider anything and everything. If you just get a really good one, you just gotta make sure you can't, like, go on a shitty one. You gotta reset until you get one that's power. This one had a little bit too much angle to it, so the power's there, but it slows down early, and I still make it. Not good. There you go. Again, too much angle, but the power is huge. I guess we're switching up our 9-7 to do that. If they're both gonna be, you know, hard. Have you ranted about the war yet today, Softlies? No. I've barely heard, you know, just from walking through the room with Lady Pawn's shit rolling, whatever she's watching. You know, I got to hear somebody, you know, basically taking every individual line of Trump's war declaration to task one at one, you know, and by one, which is just incredibly tedious and kind of shows the priority of these fucking people is just to make content, to make fucking grist for the mill out of it, you know, just the way that they come at it. But yeah, I don't, you know, we're going to war with Iran because Israel, you know, wants it, and anything that Israel wants, America does, you know, including, like, fucking murdering 60,000 children, something like that, I think, is what's going on. Donald Trump is sucking fucking Netanyahu's dick, is that what I've got? I'm just piecing it together from what I've overheard. The President of the United States of America has the cock and balls completely ingested of Prime Minister Netanyahu. Is that what I've gotten? Something along those lines, yeah? Something just Donald Trump being rammed in the ass by fucking everybody on the Knesset. Is that what I've... Those are the political cartoons that I'm seeing, right? I really don't know anything about it. You know, it's just when this kind of thing comes up, it's just like, why? You know, the question is just why? Why? What's the point? What's going on here? There's not a single American citizen who's like, those fucking Iranians with their, what they did to me and my job, my family, and my work, you know, I can't keep the Iranian dog shit off my lawn because they don't, What is it that I'm supposed to be angry at about Iran here, is what the average American, you know, same thing with Iraq, you know, it's always the Republicans, too. They're just a warlike fucking group of Christian soldiers. Oh, the Lord, and have you accepted the love of Jesus Christ into your heart? You have? Okay, well then, you are now ready to, you know, start a fucking bloodbath in the Middle East. Hooray, you know? What the fuck, man? I've got it about right, says Ren Phoenix. Just every dick on the Knesset just in every orifice of Donald Trump right now. One dick in each hand, one down the gullet, one up the ass. Somebody else just kind of rubbing their cock up and down his forehead, balls hanging onto his fucking nose like a Roman, what do they call it? The Roman helmet. Right. I mean, at this point, I just want to be clear. I am with Hamas and I am with Iran. As an American citizen, I am full support of, you know, a Palestinian resistance against the Israeli fucking genocide and occupation and everything else, all the many war crimes and shit. I'm totally with Hamas, the terrorist, the quote-unquote terrorist organization. I'm, you know, I gotta go with the little guys. You know, when I pull up my car, just driving past like a schoolyard, and I see like 180 or 80-pound fifth grader, just like a really fucking overweight, fucking just blob of a little kid, kicking the shit out of a 42-pound waif of a first grader. You know, it's not my immediate response to be like, yeah, get him, fat boy. You know, usually, actually, I'm like, hey, that seems wrong. I feel as though, you know, as though what you want to do is run over and interrupt that and stop the massive fucking, you know, guerrilla from murdering the child in this. That's where I come from on it. And so, you know, when I see the first grader, like, manages to get, like, a little dirt picked up in their hand and throw it in the eyes of the fifth grader, while the fifth grader has been, you know, kicking their fucking ribs in for the past half an hour, I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm not actually on the side of I'm not going, you know, it's kind, you know, I was with that first grader until they, you know, attempted to defend themselves in any way, and now, you know, really, it's just equal. Now they're both horrible. No, actually. No, the one with the nuclear weapons who murdered 100,000 people recently, yeah, they're actually, those are the bad guys. And I'm not saying that the other people are the good guys, but they're not the bad guys, you know? There's the black hats, and there's the gray hats in the conflict at the very least, okay? Blood on everybody's hands, except for one of them has, like, gallons and oceans and fucking above ground swimming pools full of blood. And the other is just, like, you know, a little bit under the fingernails at this point. So yeah, apparently I am with the terrorists and all of that shit, because, yeah, I do not stand with the United States of America. I do not stand with the Republican war machine. So, yep, me and Hamas are good. Back in the day, I was pretty cool with Osama. It's kind of true. Back in the day, I was looking at, like, what were the justifications for, you know, what was, like, you gotta acknowledge that, and I was around for 9/11 and, you know, saw the horrors of it and the atrocity and saw how it changed our fucking nation and our world in a way that, you know, we can never go back, kind of a thing. You still have to, like, you have to acknowledge that the chickens were coming home to roost. You know, nobody just wakes up on a Tuesday and says, hey, what if we, you know, had, like, a massive international conspiracy to create a world-changing terrorist event, you know, just as a fucking prank, just for the lulz. You know, when you look at, like, what America's history in the Middle East had been leading up to that, it really, you know, it explains itself. And so what you can do, and I'm not saying, like, these are good people or anything, but when you go and you just, like, read some of the shit that Osama bin Laden wrote, after, you know, while he was in hiding and shit like that, about why and all that kind of thing, it's kind of, you gotta agree with him. You have to agree with that. At the very least, there was, you know, something was wrong, and somebody needed to fucking do something about it. You know, and even as I'm, like, now murdering 3,000 civilians kind of a thing, even as I'm starting to say that, there's a part of me that's like, but they kind of attacked the right people, too. You know, that's the thing. It's like, it's hard for me to completely, like, I'm seeing this from I'm trying to look at all the angles at once, and it's like, they didn't go after, like, innocent civilians who had nothing to do with it. They attacked the Pentagon, and they attacked Wall Street. They literally attacked the military-industrial complex, which is precisely and exactly who and what had been terrorizing the Middle East for a century. Like, fuck. It's a horrible thing that happened, and a lot more people died than, you know, and there was a huge fallout of that, too. You can't drop 2 skyscrapers in the middle of New York City without, like, everybody getting cancer from the fucking shit in the air for the next 6 months kind of thing. But, like, they fucking aimed their they aimed their weapons at the correct people. Now, and then the American response was what? To go to the wrong country that had nothing to do with it and attack the population. Attack the civilian population. Fuck! They're the good guys. America is the great Satan. Osama was right. I'm just saying. He ain't wrong. Do the math. Do your own homework. You know, if you were gonna do something, they kind of did the most correct thing that they could have done. The most morally correct version of, you know, bringing back to America what America had landed on their shores, had landed in their home and to their people for decades. Decades and hundreds of thousands, millions fucking dead and affected otherwise by, you know, American policies in the Middle East and America's support and just wanting to get its oil out and, you know, undermining democracy and supporting fucking regimes and shit like that, dictators. We put fucking Hussein into power in Iraq. He was a fucking CIA operative, essentially. We put him into power, and then later the Republicans, same Republican administrations, you know, or the same Republican Party, that used their people in order to secure, you know, to put him in there, to hold on to to make the flow of oil that much stabler to America, then organized itself to go and murder him. And it's... In terms of, like, who are the good guys and who are the bad guys, you know, again, we have to come back to my metaphor. There's a 180-pound fifth grader. There's a nuclear power state involved that has been, you know, kicking the ribs in of someone much weaker who can't fully defend themselves, and they've been just fucking killing that kid in the schoolyard for decades, and then that kid manages to clump up some dirt into his hand and throw it in the eyes of the fifth grader, and suddenly we're all supposed to go, hey, the fuck are you doing? That's a little below the belt, don't you think? I don't know. See, that's where you're different from the people in charge of America. They love kids being killed in school. But yeah, apparently I'm with the terrorists, or I think I would say I'm with the anti-terrorists, because the state of America is the global terrorist state, and just march all over the fucking globe, murder fucking civilians, set up prison camps, throw people in them, you know, that was our policy in Iraq. You know, if your neighbor didn't like that they're, again, I'm gonna do the same joke. If your neighbor in Iraq didn't like that your Pomeranian had been shitting on their lawn, all they had to do was walk up to a soldier and say, hey, that guy was saying death to America the other day, and you could end up in a fucking Iraqi prison camp, you know, an American military created prison camp for 3 years on an unfounded, unchecked allegation that somebody made that maybe you don't like the fact that there's a, you know, military fucking state sitting on, and of a foreign government telling you how you're gonna live and what the difference between right and wrong is and all that kind of stuff. And it's, you're the bad guy. You're the bad guy. America is the world's terrorist. Okay? And when the little guys that America has been beaten up for fucking ever manage to get, like, a lick in of their own, then America contextualizes it like it's unfair and it's horrible and it's a justification to triple down on everything that it's been doing until now. And it's no shock that it's, like, always the Republicans in power when this shit is going down, because it's their MO, like, from start to finish. It's always their MO to be like, they do the thing that's horrible, repulsive, disgusting, and then they claim, like, after the fact, that somebody else was actually the one doing it and they were just responding or some shit like that. You know, the fucking Donald Trump and the Republican Party's electoral claims that everything is always a scam. Whenever they lose, it's because somebody cheated, kind of a thing. And then the whole nation, including Republican, you know, organizations and conservative think tanks and shit like that takes the time to go through the results of the election letter by letter, and what is found is that the only election fraud that was going on was on the Republican side. The Republicans were at the fucking polls, you know, disallowing people, like making sure that certain districts don't get enough ballot boxes or don't get enough, you know, equipment to be able to. So there's huge lines for black people who they know are going to vote for Democrats and shit like that. They're making laws where you're not allowed to bring a fucking bottle of water to somebody while they're waiting on that line. And then, you know, after they lose, then it's like, well, these guys cheated. How did they cheat? Well, and then they just list all the things that they did, right? And it is a Republican tactic. You need to keep your eye open for this. Whatever the Republicans are saying, for example, that the Democrats are like eating children or some shit like that. You hear some crazy QAnon fucking shit about, oh my god, Pizzagate? What the fuck are you talking about? They're eating fucking kids. Later, what you're gonna find out is, actually that was going on, and it was the Republicans, actually. It was, and that's the game of it. That's, if you do it, and then immediately after you do it, you claim that they did it, then once it's like found out that actually you did it, then it'll just sound like they turned it around now. Like they're not creative, is what it'll sound like. Like, well, you're just saying that they did what they said you did. Come up with your own bullshit allegations, you know? It's a really good tactic. It's a really good fraud tactic, you know? Anybody ever comes up and says that we, you know, have been manipulating elections and eating children and, you know, having sex with Russian teenagers and shit like that, well, we already made that claim against the Democrats, so it'll just sound like they're sore losers, you know, like no, you did it first. It'll be like rubber and glue. It's a good game. But yeah, my question is, like, whose orders, like, who is Trump taking orders from? Like, where's this coming from? You know, is this, big oil? Is this, or is it just Israel? Is it just, you know? The thing is, the Republican Party is full of a lot of racists, who just hate Jewish people. So, it's always, like, problematic for Republicans whenever they, you know, get behind Israel in some way, because there's a big chunk of their base who you know, has decided that there's a Jewish cabal that runs the fucking this, that, and the other thing kind of a deal. And it just makes it harder for them to get elected, because they lose a solid portion of their base, their voting base, who is just anti-Semitic. So it all just makes me wonder, who's giving the orders here? What's the point? Where is this coming from? Is it literally just Donnie Boy feeling like, oh, wow, I hit it first try and I just like automatically reset because it didn't look good? Is it Donnie Boy being like, well, they fired on Israel, well, we when we said that you're not allowed to, so now we're coming for them. Is it literally just that? Is it just like, my dick is small and I have to compensate energy? I have to assume that there's more to it than that. I mean, there's always the military-industrial complex. To just say, you know, we need a new war. Like, we're not in Afghanistan anymore. We're not... We need a place to be spending money on bombs and missiles and guns and getting rid of the old ordnance so that we can keep buying the new ordnance. That's part of the thing. That always has to be going on. So, we need a new war is... the moment that that Afghanistan ended, we needed something new, you know. So there is that. It could just be, you know, the true leaders of the world sat down in their cigar rooms, wearing their robes, and decided who the next target was going to be. And, you know, when people are saying the reason why we shouldn't go to war with Iran is that, you know, they have a very good ability to just hunker down and kind of draw it out for a really long time. Like, even if you're a big American nationalist who's like, yeah, fucking go get them. Like, this is just going to take a long time. It's going to, you know, that kind of thing. That's all. Those are all pluses. Those are positives to the military-industrial complex. That has to, you know, rich folk who make their money by developing and selling bombs and guns and shit like that. A long, drawn-out, never-ending conflict kind of thing. They love that shit. That's how they pay the bills. You know, that's why Afghanistan lasts 20 years. That's why there's always something brewing somewhere. Always gotta be. And you know how that, like, logic works too, don't you? Like, because it goes, I mean, it all comes back to just, there's some rich folk and there's an industry that makes weapons and shit like that, and they want to make money. That's all it comes back down to. But the way that you get, like, people on board who aren't just like, yeah, well, we gotta, you know, maintain this welfare program for the rich, is, you know, militarily, you argue that if we don't continue to spend the weapons that we have and buy new weapons, then we'll no longer be leading weapon development. You know, like, we need our industry of weapon development to be churning out new shit, coming up with new ways to kill people, all that kind of thing, or else somebody else might come up with a weapon that we don't get access to because we weren't leading the world in weapons and military and all that kind of shit. Which, of course, that logic is also just fucking ridiculous and idiotic as well, because nuclear weapons exist. So there you go. You know, like, nobody's gonna come up with some other, you know, like, oh, but there's a new type of missile that so-and-so has. North Korea has a new missile that we didn't have because we weren't. Do we have international continental ballistic fucking nuclear-tipped missiles? We do. Okay, so do they have, like, a doomsday device that will destroy more of the world or something? The arms race is over. It doesn't need to exist. It's just there to keep, you know, money being made and money changing hands and all that kind of shit. We've got the ability to destroy the Earth, every square morsel of it, several times over with the nukes that we have at this point. If somebody wants to start a fucking fight and, you know, come at us, bruh. Come at anyone who's got the nuclear technology, by the way. It just ends with, you know, a big fucking boom. So there's no, like, that logic doesn't actually work, but that is, like, the logic that some people tell themselves. It is how they, like, work it out in order to be, like, a fucking goon for, a cuck for the military-industrial complex. You know, inside the Pentagon, a lot of them are telling themselves, yeah, we gotta keep the, you know, if we didn't, then what if they come up with, like, a better tank than the tank that we got? And then, oh, shit, what would happen then? I don't know, do we have nukes? Yeah. So I think then that's kind of it. We don't really need anything else, do we? Well, at least for, like, you know, civilization level defense. Everything else is for literally being world police. which Republican is supposed to be, you know, small government, at home, all that kind of shit. Like, let's manage our domestic issues and leave the fucking world to burn on its own. Like, that tends to be their ideology in terms of their voter base. Of course, they don't really work for their voter base. They trick their voter base into supporting them, like the Democrats do as well. And then they go to work for who they really work for, which is the rich people who want to make money, and part of the way they make money is selling bombs and guns and shit. And also, rich people are really big into, you know, feeling like they're fucking gods, and they're the kings of the world, and they like playing with the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Makes them feel like their dicks are, you know, an extra inch longer. So totaling 2 inches there. But yeah, it's crazy when this shit comes out of left field like this. Like, we're going to war with Iran. Why? Because, you know, Iran. It's a dictatorial regime. By the way, I don't think that we really need to be having elections anymore in this country, incidentally. Just completely different topic here, but the Iranian dictatorial regime, we really need to resist this power structure. We need to knock this down, liberate the Iranian people. Incidentally, we're not gonna have mail-in voting anymore, and I'm going to be positioning Gestapo of police at every poll to make sure that if you're not on my team, then you don't get to vote. That said, we really need to knock down this Iranian fucking dictator, which I think, by the way, the American people have really said that what they want is a dictator, and I'm the guy. The fuck, man? I mean, I don't expect consistency, but I don't know. It's crazy that they can't hear themselves, I guess. And it's amazing that there's just that many fucking stupid people that, you know, they still have people who are willing to vote for. And I mean that on both sides of the fucking aisle. Democratic Party, how's that working out for you? What are they doing? Oh, they're supporting fucking genocides and shit like that? Oh, cool. I'm so glad to be on the left, you know, making sure that the little guy is being watched out. I mean, as long as the little guy isn't, you know, a 6-year-old in Palestine. That's why I'm with the Democrats. It's the slightly lower head count. Oh, shit. Democrats have a much more reasonable, casualty rate. So, you know. The Democrats don't say, you know, cunt, retard, N-word, or fag, so they're better. They won't say those words. So when they kill Palestinian children, it's okay. That's where I'm coming from. It's an amazing time, you know. We got capitalism has like the censorship under control in a way that somehow the people are like, oh, they just accepted that apparently this is what freedom of speech is you know, not actually being able to, like, leaving a comment on a YouTube video that uses the word shit and having it automatically be removed, or you know, that kind of a thing. Not being able to voice certain sentiments and whatnot. This is it. And being deplatformed and demonetized and cut off air and shit like that for speaking for literally just saying certain words. Were the words used in a context? Did they mean something? Were they targeting anyone? Nope, just said the word, and so now you're off the platform, or now you're. It's not that you're off the platform, because that would be, you know, that's like easily identifiable as Orwellian censorship behavior. What we're gonna do instead is we're gonna say that the advertisers don't want to be associated with that, and so because the advertisers don't want to be associated with it, we're going to demonetize your content. But you can still have your content on the platform. However, the platform will not, let anybody know that your content exists, because the platform has no monetary interest in it anymore, because the platform decided to demonetize you because of the words you said. But it's not censorship, just so we're clear. It's not censorship. We're not doing that. It's like, it's not about, I just watched internet comment etiquette with Eric video. Where the pun was that he kept coming back to, it's not about that they're gay, or it's not about that they're black, it's too woke is the thing. It's woke. The wokeness is my problem. It's not. And where does the wokeness stem from? What makes it woke? Just it is. It's just you can kind of smell what woke is. No, I'm not complaining that Ariel's black. I'm complaining that the movie is woke because Ariel's black. Same thing going on with like the capitalist censorship of the modern era. We're not censoring you. We're just making it so that your words cannot reach anyone while using the cover of monetization, while simultaneously being the agency that decides whether or not something is monetizable or not, and also deplatforming you based on your monetization. But see, there's enough sort of shadow men between the beginning and the end result that we can pretend like what's happening isn't what's happening. We called it something else, so it's not that anymore because we gave it a different name. It went through a process. It's we're not laundering money. We're just removing it from and we're changing what it looks like the source was. But this isn't tax evasion. Because we call it something else, okay? I put enough changes of hand between removing you of your freedom of speech, between you and the loss of your right. There's enough changes of hand that now you don't know where it's coming from. Even though it came directly from me to me, through me, they're all different wings of me. Different names that I gave to myself. I own all of these institutions. I make all of these decisions. But, okay, it isn't what it is. Welcome to 2026. If you think it is what it is, you're just confused. Left for a minute and I come back and you say, I don't think we need elections in this country anymore, says Mephisto. We need elections in this country anymore. I think the American people have clearly stated that they want a dictator, and I think Donald Trump is the guy. And also, we need to invade Iran to get rid of this dictatorship and this oppression, and bring back democracy. Fuck. No, but I really don't know anything about it except for, you know, shit that I overheard. And yet, am I dead on balls accurate? Like, I'm just guessing. I overheard from walking past the room, maybe 20 seconds worth of commentary on Trump's declaration of war speech. Everything else I just figured out. You put the pieces. This is why it's not worth, like, following the day-to-day news. If a war starts, you'll hear about it, and then, like, what are you gonna get from the day-to-day news? You're gonna get, like, the spin that somebody's trying to put on it. You're gonna get a bunch of bullshit, right? A bunch of lies and a bunch of propaganda and all that. That's what you're gonna get from the day-to-day. And then what you can do, since you were exposed to the propaganda and the noise and the bullshit that everybody knows isn't true, is you can go ahead and be angry about it. You can be angry about it with everybody else. You can be part of the group. You know, you can really feel like you're connected to everybody else because everybody's angry about this stupid shit right now. On social media, on all that kind of stuff. That's what you get. You get the community of anger out of following the news on a day-to-day basis, on a minute-to-minute kind of a thing. What I recommend is just minding your own fucking business, and, you know, the big stuff will find you. Hey, did you hear he's starting a war? Oh, is he? Oh, who with? Iran. Oh, okay, so Israel's starting a war with Iran, using Donald Trump as their dick puppet. Is that about right? And people will be like, yeah. How'd you know? I thought you didn't follow this stuff. Well, it's actually really fucking obvious. I don't need to be told by somebody on MSNBC. Okay, not what I wanted, but hang on, check it out. Look at me. Made it work anyway. 'Cause I'm awesome. 'Cause I'm awesome. No way. Okay, good. Second try is nice. No way. Are we just... You think I'm on the different... No, that's the right level. Okay. I mean, they're just little nothing golds. I'm sure they didn't even move the fucking Sum of Best segment, but... I don't know, I'm not expecting them. Very nice hit. 111 out. This will be good. I'll get to run it. Oh, fuck. I had it. If I would have kept it at the speed, but I just said, yeah. Let's see why I would assume that that wasn't going to go well. Alright, well, we'll do 3-5 then, or 4-5. See if we can't pull it back with 4-5, and if not, then it's a reset. Okay, first try this. Saves a lot of time. Okay. Does that pull us back? Yep, we're basically flat again. There you go. Just do a couple of high rolls, get lucky, and you're back in the game. Okay, that's awful. Gotta really focus on my pause timing. I can't just be phoning it in. I'd be an active participant. Probably should have gone for 410. Yeah, definitely should have, now that I see what 410 was. Wow. Okay. How far behind am I? 12 seconds. Is it gettable? Not in this world, but I think elsewhere. Pick it back up. Nailing these. And then, because I said it, I got this one. Good. Nice. Low, speedy, that's what you want on this level. And a nice low 9 out of there. Too great. Certainly runnable. It's 4-7. Decided I'd run it at the last second, try and pick up a couple of tenths. Or just and 10th. That'll work to save a 10th of a second. Okay, this goes all the way. Nice. Got that little lev boost there. That little should be give me some extra speed. Good. Had to go for it. We got it in PB. We're already behind. Nice. Good hit. Nice. Yes. Excellent. Not gonna say it. Too low. Damn, I needed it too. Fuck. No. Maybe. Beautiful. So that's a bit to the left. Or to the right. I needed to pull left. Yeah, I made it. Oh my god. Nope. Fuck. I can't be losing this time. All the way. Stop it. That didn't do it. Had to fight for it. This could be gold. That came out. This is it. Oh my god. That goes. It's huge. Gets us back in. Good. That's a height. Oh, okay. Slam me to a halt. Means we're losing time here. I don't think we can PB now. Yeah, even if I would have gotten the first hit. What the fuck, man? Okay. Fuck. It doesn't matter. God damn it. You're fucking ripping me off here. Clearly I need some fucking practice here, huh? Oh, did that? No, it didn't end it. We would have needed first try and like a 4-second clear, which is virtually miracle status with this method. But I certainly would have preferred to, you know, end without spending an entire fucking minute on 910. Because it's demoralizing is what that is. I fight the whole way here, pull back an incredible amount of time, and then I keep getting, that was where we started, was the first like 2 or 3 ones were like, just barely maybe possible, right? Just right at the top, and that's what I needed too. I needed one that was just barely getting there. So that I could get it in super fast for the possibility for PB. Like this. That's what you're looking for. But you couldn't have had it. After that 9-9, it was over. There are not 5.4 seconds to save. My PB 910 took, I'm pretty sure, 7 seconds. It was the first try, it was a good hit. Well, I am putting in some, you know, incredible runs here. Do that fast. See what I can get out of it. So the idea is to be heading to the right. I'm going to be floating right. And I think maybe the problem was my pause timing, because these trucks just aren't, you know, getting the PPTB effect. They're not getting the upward, and then that's just the game fucking you there when it does that. Oh, did you need like a regular jump? Well, why don't I give you some miracle shit that you don't want? And that's why, you know, a lot of people just hold spacebar coming in and have it like, is to just take that out of it. That out as a possibility. I think I can still get back with this one. So maybe I want to do it earlier, and I want to make sure that I'm like 1 frame between click and pause. Like I really got to focus on that gap between the click and the pause. So jump immediately as you enter the level, and focus up on that, on the pause. Not good enough. That was like really high, where I think I should be doing this. And I think maybe that could be a part of the issue as well, is that I think I need to be lower than I should be. Yeah. Alright. So slightly higher than I think I want to be. A little bit of drift to the right. And really focus on the pause timing. How long we been here? 2 hours. It's actually time for a live stream break. So yeah, I'll play some music, I'll roll some ads, and when we come back, we'll pick up where we left off, which was on Donald Trump with a dick in every fucking orifice and all just wrapped in fucking the penises of the Knesset, doing the work of Israel, just slave to the Hebrew nation. I love just throwing that narrative out there because, oh my God, his own people fucking hate Jews just in general. So just to be like, why are we attacking Iran? Well, because Israel wants it. Oh, you know, just really. The MAGA type is like, oh, the Jew! Maybe back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere, Pawn. Not out.
efficiency. Efficiency, you're alright in the bones. You're alright.
Hello, I am Ronan Braun, and welcome back to twitch.tv/RonanPawn live stream on twitch.tv/RonanPawn. You were listening to Efficiency by, I don't know what they were calling themselves at that point. They were the Draper Brothers. Were on guitar and bass there. I don't know the drummer's name, unfortunately. But I mixed that. I produced that song, essentially. My former bandmate, Greg Aubrey, and I recorded them in Greg's garage at the time. And then we each took different tracks that they had recorded in that session and, and mixed it. And that was the track that I took. So that's all me in terms of the mix work there, and I'm incredibly proud of it. It's you would have no idea that we recorded it in a fucking garage. Sounds so good, I think. We're cluster trucking today and talking about them damn dirty Hebes, hook-nosed Jews. No. I guess we're talking about the war with Iran and and trying to come up with like what the hell, why, what's the point, what is the justification here? It's not a fucking moral issue. Governments don't go to war over morality, okay? It's certainly not the American government, certainly not this administration either. It's like, oh, we gotta get in there and fucking save somebody, help somebody out. They have an agenda that has nothing to do with, like, ethics, integrity, or, anything like that. So what is the agenda? Where's it coming from? Who's given the orders? These are the questions that I'd love to be able to answer for you today, and we've figured it out. It's the Jews. It's the damn It's always the Jews. You don't know that the Jews control the global popcorn supply for movie theater butter? You didn't realize? It's a it's never not the Jews. But, that said, I'm making that joke because obviously, yes, that is a major, reason for a major political influence on, a very good guess as to why we would be, the people of power, the military-industrial complex would set its sights on Iran. Fucking Israel. Israel and America's backing of its genocide and its latest round of war crimes and all that shit. And so, yeah, that's, Iran was the main, we're not gonna actually let this shit happen group there. Well, America was doing the Lord's work of blocking United Nations resolutions to end a genocide. And so, possibly there's some bad blood there. America said that there was going to be, the murder of a lot of children, and Iran stepped in, the bad guys, obviously, and said, what if no? And America, now has to get in there and show them who's boss, goddammit. When we say 90,000 Palestinians are going to be slaughtered and 150,000 casualties and basically 90% of all infrastructure and buildings, basically there are many people, many Palestinians who it is now as though they never existed. It's not just that Israel murdered them, but they actually erased them from history, having destroyed anything and everything that they had built in their lives. Every record that they had ever existed gone entirely, along with, the entire Gaza Strip, basically. So, number one, I just want to establish America supported that. You probably voted for that if you voted for either of the two parties, either of the presidential candidates in the last election. And also, we are the good guys. We are the good guys. Iran is the bad guys because they tried to, stop the genocide. They tried to hold Israel accountable for murdering people while we were actually just cheering them on. So yeah, Iran is the great Satan, not America. Obviously, they're the terrorists. They're the terrorists. They're the ones who come into other people's countries and tell them how it's gonna be, and fuck with, set up like shadow governments of their own agents, and just to control a global oil supply kind of thing, undermine democracies with their Iranian intelligence agency. They're the terrorists. They're the ones. They are the great evil. And so, it's just the Lord's work to, after having, gotten started with just an appetizer round of 100,000 Muslims in Palestine, now we're good and warmed up. It's time for God's chosen people. To do the Lord's work of murder. Of unprovoked murder. Praise him, by the way. I personally think it's just hilarious. I have huge problems with Judaism, as we've talked about before. I think it's hilarious that, the anti-Semite, the Jews thing. But I do, as a former monk and all that kind of stuff, as someone who has interested themselves in the comings and goings of spirituality throughout their lives, I think Judaism is just a fucking nightmare religion, just the OG of racist, just all of theists, but huge. Like, if you were trying to figure out how can we be like as racist as possible, what you want to do is just thumb through the opening chapters of the Torah. That's going to help you out a lot if you're trying to put together like the ultimate racist just barbecue or whatever you're trying to do there. Some tips that you can pick up from the Torah. Invent a god who actually loves certain people more than other people, based not on their actions, their beliefs, their whatever they do with their life, but based on the fact that they were born of a certain holy bloodline. That's where you can start. You start with a holy bloodline of people whom God loves more. And then if you really want to like make it interesting, what you could do is you could actually, this is just fucking crazy. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the story of Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar goes, God promised to make Abraham's firstborn a great nation, a great nation would come of Abraham's firstborn, which, by the way, is the establishment of the holy bloodline bullshit right there. You know, now there's a holy bloodline. God is going to bless certain peoples based on whose jism and whose eggs, whose ovaries were involved, kind of a deal. But more so, the story goes, God declared that he would make a great nation unto the firstborn of Abraham. And then Abraham and his wife Sarah actually couldn't get pregnant. Sarah was just not, you know, something wasn't going. They assumed it was a problem with Sarah, and after a lot of trying, they decided, I guess if we're gonna have a child, then we're gonna have to do it by, you know, Abraham having sex with one of his slaves. So, by the way, the founding father of Judaism, you know, slave owner, just as any good story begins. You know, founding fathers of America as well. But so Hagar is the slave whom Abraham impregnated, and then pretty much as soon as, maybe it's Hagar, is probably how it's pronounced. As soon as Hagar was preggers, wouldn't you know it, Sarah got preggers too. And so, but of course, the firstborn of Abraham is actually the child that came from Abraham and Hagar, which, by the way, is that's the source of Islam. That's the beginning of the Muslim religion. In Jewish lore, God promised to make a great nation. Yeah, I saw that coming and I was like, fuck it, because I wanted to reset this anyway. We're too far behind. I don't want to struggle. In the Jewish religion, God promises to make a great nation from the firstborn, and then the great nation that in their own religion that was made is Islam. It's the Muslim religion. It's not Judaism. But okay, they did some retro. They worked it out because Sarah couldn't get pregnant, but then she did. They decided to go ahead and rewrite it so that God actually promised to go ahead and give them both great nations. It's just fucking ridiculous. Why would you do that? If you're just making your own fucking story up, you know, if you're just writing it up the way that will make you look best, what is this shit about? Why did you leave this in here? Why did you just, like, drop Hagar from the story and not acknowledge it? And, you know, or, you know, I don't know. It seems such nonsense, doesn't it? Am I crazy? What a fucking story. And then, of course, these two groups have been just murdering each other across the ages, right, for thousands of years. And they're both supposedly ordained by God, with ostensibly holy bloodline shit going on. And I don't know, if I believed in a God who's supposed to be sort of like testing humanity, I might consider maybe this is one of the tests. Maybe this whole thing with Hagar and Sarah and the firstborn and just the whole concept of a holy fucking bloodline was to see whether or not you'd realize this is stupid. Just fucking stupid. Maybe it was like a wake-up call to maybe it's like, hey, you know, maybe the quality of an individual is based on, like, what they do in their life and, you know, what kind of impact they have on the world around them and stuff like that, and not so much on who they were born to. Maybe that's what God was hoping would come up for you, but it didn't. Shit, that doesn't go. Just reset and do it again. But yeah, I have major complaints with Judaism from a spiritual perspective. It's just, I'm shocked by the whole fucking thing. The more that you look into it, the more that you read of it, it's just like, really? And they celebrate that. Like, the book celebrates that. The book says it's like, and then they sent their 16-year-old children into the territory that they had come into out of the desert in order to slit the throats of the people who already lived there, for God had decreed that this would now be the Hebrews' land. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? You wrote this down as though it was a good thing? You're not, like, trying to hide the cowardly fucking act of sending your children in, having lied to them about, oh, well, this is God's will, as opposed to just, we're taking your shit because we need it. Like, fuck, man. The slavery, the misogyny, the racism, I mean, it's thousands and thousands of years of bad human shit that's been piled, higher and higher and higher. And, you can just look at it and say, well, listen, there's still, like, spiritual truths that are of value. And, of course, it's going to be mixed in with, like, a bunch of disgusting, traits of humanity. All that's been present everywhere, in everything, in all of the religions from the times and all that kind of stuff. Can't judge it any harshly. I'm just blown away that it still seems, so much of it seems to have been, like, carried forward into, they're still singing, isn't it great to be one of the chosen few? Like, teaching these holy bloodline racist shit to children in what it would ostensibly be Sunday school for a Christian kind of thing. You can see the influence of God's edicts in the Torah when it comes to, like, how you're supposed to go to war with somebody, which is you give them the option to surrender to you and merely become your slave at the beginning, and then if they don't surrender to you, then God said, certainly not like the war generals and shit who were trying to get people ready to go and conquer other people's lands, but it was God, actually, who said what you should do then is kill all of the men of a village that you're taking over, and keep the women for your own uses. This is the teachings of the Torah. And it's like, it hasn't been, retroactively or rewritten, or it's just there. And you can see in the Zionist kind of fucking perspective, you can see, like, the influence, that there are still quite a lot of folk out there who, having been raised in this shit, take it literally, just like, crazy-ass fundamentalist Christians take their shit literally. And actually, the shit that they're taking literally is the Jewish shit. It's the Torah. If they were taking Jesus' teachings literally, we'd have a lot less problems, But the crazy fundamentalist shit is all the old fucking Torah shit. It's all the Abrahamic law and whatnot. It's insane to think that for thousands of years worth of, like, moral rot, of people being tricked and duped into believing that it is God's will that you go and murder these people so that we can, claim the territories for ourselves. Like, that's just part of somebody's fucking belief structure, baby. That's just how God wants it. I have, obviously huge problems with Judaism. Of course, most of my problems with Judaism exist in kind of a vacuum of time, where, I'm looking at Judaism in terms of, look at the shit that is still in the books, that's still right here. I'm looking at it from that perspective. I'm not necessarily familiar with, like, what modern Judaism does with these horrific issues that arise from just reading and believing in what the Jewish recorded history says. I don't know about that, but as someone who's studied Christianity and studied Judaism and studied Buddhism, and lived as a monk in a Buddhist monastery and stuff like that, I am the current state of Judaism just makes me angry. And again, by current state, I don't necessarily mean what is practiced. I mean the fact that it's just, it hasn't been, like, redacted. Like, the shit that's in the Torah hasn't just been... We put a black line through that because obviously that's fucked up. No, it's still there. It's still part of it. Still part of the education in Judaism. It's still part of, like, what gets shipped as the fucking Christian Bible and stuff like that. It's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. Fuck. I've been trying to come up with, like, new moves for this, and obviously I should just stick with what I know works, but I don't really remember how to do what works because I've been fucking with it for so long now. But yeah, it's hard to, I don't think it would be fair to dissociate, what am I doing? Yeah, this is just a reset. I don't think it would be fair to dissociate the current and recent, you know, genocides and war crimes of Israel and that sort of Zionist fucking perspective. I don't think it's fair to dissociate that from, you know, the religion of Judaism. Because all that shit, like, how do you think that you live in a world where that's justified? Where it's like, yeah, this is good, this is right, this is okay. And it comes out of, you know, historical Judaism. And when you're talking about Zionists, you're basically just talking about, you know, the same mentalities of fundamentalist Christians. And you really are just talking about it because the fundamentalist Christians are reading the same shit in their version of the Torah, the Old Testament. Doc, don't do this on 110. There's no reason. Yeah, good. I didn't want to run on it. The first thing I heard when I joined was racists? Really? Sammy does that? With a question mark? I feel like I would have said racists as opposed to racists? It's an interesting time to be walking in. Definitely leave you like, oh. Is this an anti-Semite? No, I just find the religion of Judaism to be incredibly racist. At its core, at its foundation. I do not know what modern Judaism practice is like. But I have recently watched the nation-state of Israel murder 100,000 people. And I definitely feel that the Zionists, that's where it's coming from. Damn it, this is not... I want to be doing 2-1 like this, and I was, but now I'm like... I'm just in too many different headspaces. Are you walking then pause buffering for a launch? I haven't seen it before. Yes, this is called... we call it a pause bounce. And, the mechanic seems to be that by walking into the front of the windshield and then pausing... When you go into that pause frame, the physics that would naturally prevent your body from going into the truck are not calculated on one of those frames as we enter the pause, so then you end up inside the truck, and then the physics engine goes, well, that shouldn't be, let's get that person the hell out of the truck. And then it launches. And so we get what, I believe in the game, calculates up to like 360 meters per second worth of velocity. I think it can go higher than that, but I think it averages in the 360 meters per second sort of area. Allowing us in any percent to clear most of the levels in, seconds, and without having to cope with any of the nonsense in the level. And then there's still, portable truck bounces and things that we're going to use, like here. This isn't a portable truck bounce, that's just throwing a truck into a fence, but we still use other tricks, but the pause bounce has become the number one tool of any percent Clustertruck Speedrun. We do still maintain a category, and I'm no longer a representative. I used to be the super moderator for the leaderboards, but I left. Come on. We do still have a category for classic any percent, which doesn't allow this, because this is just like broken the speed run in such a way, like this is this if you came up in Clustertruck speed running, then you learned so much stuff. You developed so many different techniques, so many different routes for different levels to make sure that you could clear it regardless of which like seed you got, kind of a thing. And this just like undoes almost all of it. Now that's just a straight up PTB, a portable truck bounce, I think, or portable truck boost. Is it bounce or boost? The naming structure within Clustertruck Speedrunning has mainly been for the lulls and the memes, and so it kinda I have trouble remembering what the hell it's supposed to be at any given moment. Yeah. Because we have pause bounces, so PBs, we have PTBs, portable truck bounces, we have paused portable truck bounces, so PPTBs. We have whip bounces and pause whips. And it's all just kinda, why did we do this to ourselves? Yeah, we were able to choose whatever we want. If we're 17 seconds behind, I should reset. I've got the time, I can save it in Laser World and come flat. If I do it right. But, I'm leaving 17 seconds on the table that we didn't need to leave on the table. I thought it would be launch instead of pause bounce. That would have been good, wouldn't it? We just broke a little bit from our PBs and PPTBs and PTBs. Uh-oh. Lost all my speed there. So basically, we're gonna do... I'm just gonna reset now. That's too many little throwaways there. I was gonna take us through to 4-5, and if we got a first try 4-5 doing the primary strat, then that would have saved us a bunch of time and we could have kept running, but I'm gonna miss a whole bunch of easy stuff. Lose another 3 seconds. No. Does Classic include... What Classic bans is this thing. The pause bounce off of the windshield. Can't do that. Can't do any version of it either. We actually have... There's another version of it. This was the first version that was found, actually. Is that. So, in fact, for a very long time, this was the only thing that we thought you could do with pause bouncing. Was that vertical bounce. And it's actually, the timing is pretty bad on it. It's really unforgiving. You've really just gotta, hit it on exactly the right frame or it doesn't work at all. Whereas with the one where we're walking into the windshield, there's a lot of frames where it'll work. One of them is, one or two of those frames is really good. Like, it'll launch you at incredible speeds. But many of them are good enough to get the job done. Assuming there's a category where there's no equipment. Yeah, that's actually where I started. Any percent is a category that I came to quite a while later. This is the frame where you get really good speed right there. You got the sub 5 second clear of 1-1. I started in no ability, NA, and I ran that for probably 3 years or something like that before I ever touched the any percent category. And then when I did, I basically ran it like it was no ability, but I had levitation. That's how I started. And now, I do know how to use my, portable truck boosts, and now we've got pause bounces and everything, so what I'm going for right here today is 5th rank. I'm pretty sure I picked up 6th rank yesterday. The run would need to be retimed because it's within a couple of tenths of seconds of someone else's run. So they would both need to be retimed to see what the real times are. That's why we're not 1000% sure. I'm pretty sure I picked up 6th. And if I can save another 6-7 seconds, then it'll be 7th. Or no, I'm sorry, it'll be 5th rank. It's also, a lot of these levels, they load you in a way that's just not helpful. You need to be, like, resetting as you come into the level. The last one there, 1-9, it can give you a really jank sort of bounce as you enter. And the way to, like, avoid that is just, you gotta reset. You gotta hit R while you're, like, entering the level. On a certain frame, so you're not, like, losing the time. It's a very framey game, I suppose. Everything's on a frame measurement. Okay, this goes all the way. Usually I would land the truck in the middle of the field there, but this one actually is so good it goes all the way. To the right, maybe it goes through. Yep. Okay, just a second behind, that is perfectly fine. Just being able to keep pace with my run from yesterday is all we really want, all we could expect. Damn it. That was a good hit, and it just screwed me over. So it's just time loss. Yeah, that was bad from the start. There wasn't really anything I could do about it. It's okay, though, because I did the same thing in PB, so we didn't lose any time to it, I don't think. pretty bad. Oh, beautiful 310. 3 levs and out on this one. Okay. After all that time setting it up because I went to the wrong side, just immediately into a laser. And of course, we're also strafing, run strafing in everything here. Gotta get out early, get ahead of those lasers. So we're holding forward and one of the directions at the same time. Which is why everything's sort of off to one side as I move. It just depends on what I feel is more comfortable or appropriate for the level, whether I do a right strafe or a left strafe. Usually it's a right strafe with pause bounces because the turnaround is just easier to just move the mouse a little bit to the right and be into your strafe already. But I am naturally, or I started out as a left strafer, so when I need to like land something, or like right there I'm running the game, I'm actually playing the game, not just moving through the air, I will frequently switch back to the left strafe because I'm more comfortable steering in the left strafe mode. Yeah, that felt real good. Snappy. Ah, that's horrible. Got stuck in the pause menu and it was on a bad hit. That's why I got stuck too. My brain was like, that's so bad, just reset it. It wouldn't let me finish. You also benefit in this method by like hitting it, walking into not just anywhere up the windshield, but on the side of the windshield. You see me going toward the edge where there's a... I'm actually walking more toward the little strip than I am up the windshield. That said, the nearer you are to the edge, the more you might just get nothing when you try and do this, so you gotta balance the risk against the reward. Hey, Dangyan's here. Dangyan is the... What do you have? Third? Third rank in any percent? Is that right? Or is it second? Not quite? Oh, it's fourth. Man, I can't believe we got so many people. Fourth by like 0.2 seconds. That's... doesn't seem right. It's Wolfie and it's Emily. Who else is it? Oh, it's fucking Mr. Glainer. That's Mr. Glainer, you know. He's such a relatively new runner to be in that pack. To be up there at the top. It's like easy to forget, honestly. Sorry, Mr. Glainer. It's just like, you know, Wolfie and Emily, they've been around for quite a while. I'd sooner expect like Snakeathon or AJ to be third, just because of how long in the tooth I am in terms of speedrunning this game, and the players who were the gods of it when I arrived. Just go. Ooh. I wonder if that helps. That weird jump. Yes, oh my god. That's a 0.4 second time save off of getting a random jump like that at the beginning. I had no idea that that was ever on the table. That it could be that easy to grab a 10.6 from that method. Dropping a lot of little seconds here. Whoop! Damn, that was really close. I had to just hold W like any good gamer, but damn. Not believe. Oh, shoot. I wasn't ready for it. I couldn't even remember what level I was coming into. I was going, shit, what's the next level? Right, so I would have done the 1 second time save start. Best we can do now is lose 1 second. Okay, we got the hit. Ow, fuck you. That's run dead, man. It is over. I don't know why you're not reset. How far behind am I exiting? 16 seconds, I'm guessing? I was looking at live split a lot there, trying to figure out whether I could save it. Third is doable, second is like a minute though, so that will take a while. Yeah, it's... Really? I'm shocked that Wolfie is that far ahead. Wolfie has an Emily-like run. I guess it's fair. Wolfie had all the skills, just didn't want to put the time in. Want to put the same amount of time. Wolfie put a lot of time in, it's just Emily was fucking crazy. She's psychotic on it. Nobody wants to put the amount of time that Emily put in, and I presume. I mean, it's either that or she's some kind of savant for this kind of gaming or something like that, because the kinds of stuff that she's come up with and turned into, apparently, you know, consistent methods is that at least she can reproduce. Nobody else in the world can reproduce them with that consistency. I think I gotta go for this. Yeah, and it didn't work. We just left a lot of time there, so that's what I was going for, was the fast hit there. Try to pick up the second or two that we left behind. In fact, it wouldn't even been picking up, it just would have been tying, so it was just a reset. Because in PB I did get the fast 2-1. Emily is another minute on top of that. It's, yeah, she's cheap. That's just, it's Adobe Premiere %. It's gotta be. How could it? I'm just, you know, now that I'm not an official representative of the community anymore, I could say shit like that. I'm taking advantage of the privilege. past, I couldn't just say shit. It's like, oh, really? So you're the super moderator of the Clustertruck community, and you think your world record holder is cheating? Oh, I'm just saying it. Now that I'm just one of the runners, I can just say it. Who gives a shit? Plus, I put in, you know, years of time reviewing and verifying Emily's runs. And so, if anybody knows whether or not she's cheating or not, it's me. And I could find no evidence. I don't know why I keep doing that. There's a reason why I don't do 1/6. Just near the end of the day, you know, my mind just starts doing, my hands and stuff. They just start doing whatever they want to do. They're not thinking anymore. Emily says, I think I'd trust the former super moderator to recognize a cheater. Who needs evidence? No, it's you know, it's a nice mixture of like, this seems too good to be true, and just jealousy in general. Like, that's fucking, it's nonsense. It's like being a 2200 rated chess player and watching Magnus Carlsen and being like, are you fucking, you can't do that. I'm an expert in this game. I know what you can do and get away with it. You cannot do that. You are going to lose. You fucking won again. That's not, no. What, this is, he's cheating. He's doing something. That's what it's like. Watching Emily play. You're like, this isn't, You've got, that was a claim, wasn't it? It wasn't for Magnus, though. It was somebody else. You've clearly got anal beads that have a Wi-Fi signal, and your coach is messaging you the moves from fucking Stockfish, because no human could find that. It is not a defensive resource. That is magic. Just like I trusted the US when they said Saddam was building WMDs. Yeah, there you go. I trust the... Who needs evidence? Who needs it? The hell good is it? You know, when you think about it, what has evidence ever done for us? Talked us out of a good idea? Oh, God. Okay, no, you can't get me laughing while I'm trying to do 210. It's not fair. You're working for Emily and her anal beads or whatever she's using to be able to play Clustertruck this way. Alright, hey, second attempt, kicked me out. It's not the best kick, but can't be that bad. So you are working for Emily. And the Jews. I love callbacks. I love full circle comedy. Oh my God, really? You know, you try and make certain things, you just shouldn't try and make them work. Could have reset. Instead of losing 5 seconds, I could have lost 2 seconds. Fuck. God, they were just everywhere I wanted to be, they already were. Holy shit, look at this. This is actually dangerous. This is too good. I can't. Yeah, fuck. I can't make that work. It's a reset, too. That was so good, it was too good, you can't actually complete the level without, like, dropping the truck at exactly the right time there. That would have been gold if I could have actually completed it. But you don't want that there if you're just trying to get a consistent run going. You want one that puts you down in the middle. And even, like, if you're planning on landing it and turning around and hitting another one, it's kind of bad because you've got so much fucking lateral velocity that you have to kill and cancel in order to, like, land one and do another pause bounce mid-field. It's literally too good, so it becomes bad. God damn it, I hate it when 1.6 does that. I don't know what the fucking magic is that makes the safe backup method not work. Doing the guaranteed version because I don't wanna keep having to reset. And then the guaranteed version every now and then manages to, like, drop it anyway. Whoa. This could be gold. Yep. See that 1.5? That brought the sum of best down a little. Going over. Oop. Stop! Cool. And I will do this since we've got good time. Protect it. Oh, fuck. There goes our good time. Oh my god. Another one that's gold. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'd like to be doing it right now instead of what I'm doing. That's twice I got the same, like, miracle hit. Fuck you. This one never misses. You don't even have to try. You just pause in this level and it's done. That way. Nope. God damn. I can't believe that. Just how much time loss that turns into. It's crazy. Fuck you! I nailed it! And you randomly decided to throw me in a direction where I die. Fuck you! I don't understand it. Like, when you get into a rhythm, like, that level can just give it to you every time if it wants to. If it's feeling like it wants to. It's not that hard. I wouldn't be going for it. You know me. If it's like a low percentage thing, I wouldn't go for it. It's not a low percentage thing. It's a slow opening. I'll just fix it with a fast one too. Followed by a slow 1-3. And then an average 1-4. And then a really fast 1-5. Nice 1-9. God damn it. If I'm gonna lose it, I might as well be losing it the right way. 2-2 the fast method. Guess we're going under. Trying to correct since my last several hits were kind of shit. I'm gonna figure out how to retime my fingers. There we go. God damn it, still. Just the 8 seconds behind into fucking Forest World is murder. Or into Winter, I mean. You know, that's every time it can be like that game. Every time. That gets me back time. Start to remember where I've got time to save in this against this PB. It won't start the level this like right every time. Even when I reset it, it's like I can't do the if I'm hitting R to reset the level as I'm entering it, then I'm not holding the correct direction button. I need that finger back. Fuck me. There's just no good way to start 3-9. I gotta, like, just sit here and hit reset a bunch of times and then that kind of thing. Like, just complete pussy whip it in. And that's what I gotta do. From now on, that's what I'm doing. Just no balls 3-9. Reset multiple fucking times entering. Don't actually do that, but... There's a start. I don't have any mouse buttons to bind anything to, Sammy. This mouse actually does have buttons on it. It's called a gaming mouse. But the buttons don't really work in a way that would be useful for gaming. It's actually, first and foremost, it's a vertical mouse. And that is the most important thing to me. Because all y'all bitches using your, you know, palm down mouse. Oh my god, gold 1-7. Gotta be. Yep. All y'all bitches with your hand down on the thing, you are twisting your muscles in a way that you will pay for later in life. You are going to have a problem, you're going to have repetitive strain injury, repetitive stress injury, whatever it is, you're going to have problems. God damn it. Yeah, you gotta be using a vertical mouse. You have no idea how much work you are doing, your muscles are doing that you just don't know. You just got used to it. The way that I like to evidence this to people, though, is I just invite you to hold your hand out flat with the floor in front of you. Hold it in the air, just like, you know, similar to how you'd hold them out. But the hand can just be out perfectly flat in front of you. And just hold it there. Just hold it there for a while. 20 seconds, something like that. Just hold it there. Just keep holding it there. Just 20 seconds worth of holding it there. And then now that you've held it there for 20 seconds, I want you to turn your hand so that it's like you're shaking somebody's, you're getting ready to shake somebody's hand. Just go from the flat position to the upright position. And feel the fucking relief in that one muscle in your arm. I'm just, really? Yeah, well, I was talking, so I wasn't thinking about it. Feel that relief. That is the amount of stress that you are carrying 100% of the time using a mouse. You're using a mouse that is completely flat. A little vertical mouse, it just turns it into a little bit, puts a slant on it, you know, raises it up and puts a slant on it in a way that it's kind of more joystick-like. And you're not straight up and down. You're just like at a 45, maybe a 60. And you just don't have that constant effort that's being put in by that muscle to hold your hands down to the ground. Oh, fuck. That was so cool. And now it's dead in the run zone. But yeah, they don't really make gaming vertical mice. The one that I got was listed as a gaming vertical mouse, and it's got like a little thumbstick on it that is not, it's just WSAD, it's just it's just WSAD, it's not, it doesn't have any like vectors to it or anything. It's not an actual thumbstick. And then it's got several buttons to it. But what I found when I assigned those buttons was that they frequently just don't fire. It's like if you recently pressed the same button on the keyboard, or like there were so many conditions to whether or not it was gonna fire, that I was like, no. I'm not basing my fucking speed run and building muscle memory around this bullshit. So all my keys are on the keyboard, which is why I'm using, obviously, WSAD to run, but I'm also using Q to pause, and I'm using E to pause, and I'm using R to reset. So just all of the keys that are grouped around WSAD are in use here. And I've actually ended up doing the same thing with my Minecraft hotkey layout. Well, doing something like that. I'm using Q as 1, because it's just closer, and I've got to reach for 1. And I'm using R for 5, I think? And then, of course, Z, X, whatever it is, the bottom row there, are 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, and that's a reset. There is a vertical Razer mouse. Oh, really? I don't like Razer, but it is better than cheap shit most of the time. This, well, depends on what you value. Value your money. then the cheap shit's pretty... You know, that's the thing, is that this vertical mouse, it might not be very gaming helpful, but I think I paid like between $14 and $20 for it, and it has been working for me for years. It's only the second one that I've had to buy since I started using vertical mice, and I've been using vertical mice since for as long as I can remember at this point. And that's really just a virtue of laser mice in general, you know. They're hard to break, hard to beat up, if they work out of the box, they're probably going to keep working. That, and importantly, it is a corded mouse. It is not wireless. I don't need my fucking speedrun coming down to whether or not a Bluetooth signal or something gets interrupted, kind of a deal. My mate uses tab for sprint in most games. I think I've got Minecraft tab for sprint, but I've also got it set to, you know, it's a toggle. I'm not gonna hold that shit down. I used to hold down to run in this game. You're supposed to have to hold shift. All the speedrunners, because it would be too much. We bind run to W along with move forward, so you hold W and you are sprinting. But I used to actually hold down shift the whole time, and eventually my pinky told me, this is not okay. You can't do this to me. We're not... No. I quit. I'm not here for this. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of like my little Minecraft mouse setup now. And that's a reset. Or my Minecraft keybinds I'm proud of. You know, I watched some Minecraft speedrunners, and I know that they've got crazy shit that they do with their keyboards, including like putting them into different languages, putting the game in different languages, or putting the keyboard into different languages, so that like craft searching or something like that can be faster. But just listening to, I think it was Rec Rap talking about their key setup, I was like, that makes so much sense, even if I'm not, like, trying to make it work for speedrunning. I definitely feel the pain of reaching across the keys to find, you know, 7 and shit like that, to manage to switch into 0 or 9 and all that. And also the... Ooh. Damn it. If that wasn't as high, that could have been gold. The evergreen issue in the Minecraft keybind, default keybinds, of dropping items that you didn't mean to drop. Q, I think? Is it Q is the default to drop an item? That's just bad. It's just bad design. I don't know who the hell decided we're just gonna leave that like that. Same people probably who decided that, you know, in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, there should be a button that if you're driving a car and you fat finger it, you just instantly fucking die. The get out of the car right now button, which just happens to be just kind of right there, just right where all the other buttons you're pressing are. Is this gold? That was a hell of a... Wow. Why am I getting this so often now? I'm getting these incredible hits. low and flat and fast. This. What am I doing to get this? Yeah, these are incredible. Is it because I'm like hitting in the middle for some reason? Or what am I doing? Just monster hits. Where am I landing? Front one. That goes. See? We've been entering Winter World over and over again with like 8 seconds time loss, and it's just, it doesn't have to be that way. God damn it. Am I psyching myself out, or what the hell's going on? Because like 3-5, I can psych myself out on it for a long time. Same people who wanted sprint to be double tap W. Damn it. You said you were gonna do this like the baby bitch boy way. And this is what happens when you like... when you get out of sequence with one level, then the next couple levels are like, it just feels wrong. Or at least the next level immediately after that one. It's like you can't come into it the way that you want to. Okay, maybe I do this. Just lost a run to the reset menu. It says dying on in chat. Holy shit, look at this gold. It's not gold. What am I doing? Just, we don't need it. Don't risk the run on 4 or 5. Instead of the level, so it was when I reset, I tried to go, I didn't get it. And I still can't look away. I pressed the next world button instead of the level. So it reset when I tried to go back. Ah, yeah. I know what you mean. The auto splitter just assumes that if you're rolling back a level, then you're resetting the whole run. Wow, I can't believe I sort of saved that. I can't believe we're only 3 seconds behind. 4.1 seconds behind. With all these little losses I've been taking, I've just been like, not getting my pause timing, not getting the hits. That's a nice one, I think. I usually go into left strafe there, and maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should do that right strafe like I just did every time. Okay, that was really bad. I'm actually gonna come in under because it was so bad. God damn me. God damn me. Just fucking do it. One of those things where you like come down and you're in the most awkward possible spot on the truck where it's like, I need to reposition, but I also can't from here. Can't get that from here. And I think this is a reset, because we didn't get that in any kind of reasonable time, and then the one that we got is this shit. So yeah. 6-1. If anything's gonna kill your run, 6-1 is definitely on the list. Okay, every single one of these hits is sucked, so maybe pay a little bit of attention and do it better. That wasn't it. It was not. Wasn't it? I'm gonna go for 1-6 because I need a morale boost. There you go. I'm gonna run on this. Wow. Is this cold? Damn. When have I done it better? Oh wow, what gold took us below 1050? Or 1051 rather. Last time I looked at Summer Best it was 1051, now it's 1050.66, that's a huge dip. I wonder what gold that was. Whoa. I was kind of adjusting my position here. Playing position, and almost hit the ground. Fuck you. You know, what I don't need are these hits that look like maybe. And here we are again, entering fucking Winterworld 10 goddamn seconds behind. Give me a bad hit so I know that I can reset. Give me like a phantom hit that... Oh, maybe it works. I don't know. And look at that. I'm still losing time even with a first try 3-3. So the one that I got in PB is pretty fucking good. Damn it. Yep. That's how it went in PB, so we don't get to save that time. This is a nice hit. Even when I'm trying to do the baby bitch method, you see what happens. It's like, it won't let you. Come in, it gives you a weird fucking big jump to start, so you have to reset through that. Come on. Yeah. I guess I'm going for 4 or 5, huh? What the f- Oh my god. I guess I don't have to. I guess I don't have to fucking go for 4 or 5. Because I got, like, magnetically repulsed from the side of the fucking truck or some shit. I don't know what that was. I hate it when the fucking game gives me, like, phantom forces. I've only got several thousands of hours in. It's not like I know what's supposed to happen. Beautiful thing about Clustertruck is I've never not played it through, like, Steam. So all of my hours are actually recorded in this game. Whereas with something like Kerbal Space Program, I've had so many different installations that are not related to Steam, there's no way of knowing how many hours I actually have in that game. Lovely. Which I mean, fuck me. Don't do that with your, like, it's like you're carrying the speed in from the last level or something. Oh, that's horrible. Five seconds behind is less of a soul sapper. Wow, 3-2 came out like a shotgun. Yeah, I could believe it. Okay, I fucked up 3-3, but at least I didn't die. Save the time here. Here you go. Give it back here. Here we go. Not at all what I wanted, what I asked for, what I tried to get. I can't believe I made it work. Fucking 3-9, man. Oh, cool. This should pick up time, even though it sucks. gonna go for it. Yes. God, I knew I was off the edge. There's nothing that I could do about it, though. It's like you're in the fucking worst position. It's awkward. Your brain is like stuck between, I can fix it, and no, you can't. It's just nothing happens. Should I go for 410? No. Okay, we're actually green into medieval, which is nice. Sarah's here. I'm about to get knocked out of 5th. If I can carry these 5 seconds and pick up another, I think I need 6. What you doing, Sarah? Shit. I shouldn't be doing this. It does work, but I shouldn't have to be doing that. I'm getting a hit that doesn't need to. Really need the first try. Apparently we're still green though. Pause timing isn't as good in this world as it was in the last. There you go. My God. Need a little less, huh? That was a 9-0. I love a low 9, a high 8 out of that level using that method. It's just like, yeah. You don't gotta work for this. Pause bouncing was made for. Whoa. This could be gold. Yep. And the sum of best comes down. Been getting the general speedrun itch again. Ooh. There's a topical cream for that. Actually, the speedrun itch would probably have something to do with, like, Dorito crumbs and just gotta clean yourself a little bit better. Speedrunners. I got the speedrun itch. Oh, jeez. Well, yeah. Really want to have a better diet. Stop drinking so much energy drink. I like that. All the tropes about speedrunning, about gamers in general. Okay. Well, I was worried about doing the 7-7 here. I'm glad I didn't. I didn't expect to get, like, monster jump out of nowhere, but okay. Whoa, why are you risking that? Good hit to start. Nice bounce. Could have been a faster one, but it's fine. Going back to my old method, where we just miss it. Good. God damn it. Oh my god. It was too good. It was too fast. I couldn't steer it back into the cube. Stop. I'm hitting fucking reset over here. Okay. Oh my shit. I think this is gonna be gold in the splits, but I have to, I don't know, I have to steer it because it's not safe. No. No. Should have reset. Get out to the left. Okay, good hit to start. Bad hit there. Okay. I'm happy with second try. Good. Goes all the way. Shit. That's awful. This one's better. Just goes in. Okay. Fuck. Fuck. Another 24. another 24. Or wait, are they 22s that I've been getting? What have I been getting? 22s. That's what hell will do to you. It'll just slowly suck the fucking life out of you. Right at the end there. Carry all that fucking time save in. Oof. You know what that comes down to? That run comes down to 9-7. We get first try 9-7, and nothing else matters. 9-10 being what it was doesn't matter. Getting that weird fucking hop, that just, it's so fucking tilting to come into 9-10 and get the weird fucking hop. And I was trying to remember all the things that we'd practice to try and make this more consistent. God, 9-10 is just, it's one of those perpetual, like, you're always relearning 9-10. You are always figuring it out again, and I never have an answer for it. I just have, like, muscle memory that works for a while, and then it doesn't anymore. Last attempt session, last live stream, our problem level was, what was the problem level? It was 3-3. I feel like this stream, the problem is 9-10. There's always a problem level on any day that you run. Any day that you run, it's just, there's always one of them. It's gonna be the one that doesn't fucking work for the day. Nailing that run, but that is like the third run that we've gotten on today that was on pace, like late into the late game, all the way to the end, or however you want to say it. Multiple 1320s is not bad at all. Consistency is nuts, though. Yeah. It's, you know, a couple of sessions ago, our consistency was for a 1350. So, I should be happy that I can take 30 seconds off of that and hit it a bunch of times in a single day. So under my belt I have 2 1322s and a 1324 now. And those are my 3 best runs ever in the game. Really bad 1.5, huh? We'll just do 1.6 to make up for it. I don't usually go for 1.6. And that's why. What is wrong with the headphones now? Headphones have found a way to, like, bounce off of the pillow. Something like that. Pushing my head around. Let me tell you something, there is a real benefit to running not streaming. The reset time on the levels, the difference is crazy. And I don't understand why, because OBS is open in both circumstances. It is recording in both circumstances. but it's also live streaming in the one, and so why would it change? Why would that change? Like, all of the hard work has been done. You've encoded the stream, writing it to all of that, and then you go to send it over the network, you send it over the internet, and somehow, like, it changes how long, how much lag there is in entering levels. I swear it was different when I ran it yesterday offline, and when I ran it, you know, when I started today, I was like, holy hell. This feels entirely different. I have to, like, relearn the timings. Don't. Ugh. Fucking 1-6. You do the safe method and it manages to fail like 1 in every 10 times or something like that. I gotta push deeper into the trucks here before I pause. Yeah, and then that's what happens. You'd think it'd be, like, good for the mental to bring in a 1324, but I would say it's more demoralizing when you have that much trouble clearing 910. It's bad for the mental, really. Now, I have to do this, because fucking bullshit level. This is why I don't do the 1-6. You see this? I'm not trying to do the 1-6, and it has been the reset 3 times in a row. And I'm not trying to do it. But that last one forced me into it, because it gave me the weird fucking jump, so now you just gotta do it. And then the middle one failed even just doing the safety backup method, which is what I'm trying to do. That's all I'm aiming. And the first one was just trying to make up time, I think. See? Just that. Works every single time except for the ones where it doesn't. Shitty 1-8. Fuck. Now you can't, like, reset stably from there. It's gotta be 2 resets. I don't know why I'm coming down here. I didn't have to. I could have just leved all the way to goal. Enough of that. And that's a reset. Nice. Sub 5. I got sub 5 opening. What was that, man? What the fuck was that? Sub 5 opening, and then somehow it gave me like some magic fucking... hop entering the level. That's another sub 5, by the way. Magic fucking hop entering the level. Like, shit that I've never seen. Just still happens in this game. Like you're still thudding from the landing of the last level or something. Every time. Except for when it doesn't. 1-6. Okay, I like that. And I like that if it lets me through, but it didn't. And so instead, it's several seconds time loss. 5 fucking seconds time loss. That is not the way I'm not supposed to do it from that side of the truck. It's a reset. Dude, that's the second time. Wow. Something I can't remember when or if I've seen that. And twice on 1-3 it's managed to pull that shit out on me now. In the last 10 attempts or something. And run down, it's like they greased the hood with grease? No, with Crisco. That's a really nice 1-5. Except for when it doesn't. 1-6. Except for when it doesn't. Every time, except for when it doesn't. I feel like the game is treating me like shit right now. Desert World managed to come up with like multiple RNG based scenarios that are just such high rolls, and they're just throwing them all at me all at once after I just had, you know, was on an incredible run that died to some really bullshit. Fuck 9-10. Yeah, I think we're done for the day. I think the game has decided that all on its own. So we end the day with the 1322 that I started the day with, but with several good runs in my pocket, but feeling like shit. Join me over here in the real world, where I will show you the current state of my game that I'm developing. This will get me close. Build. And so here we are. I did some serious sprite animation stuff the other day in order to get us to this point. And in addition to the chessboard and the TV, we'll call it, being animated now, the door also has 3 frames of animation, but I don't have a trigger system built yet. So there's no way to really have it. It could just be animated. It could be looping open and close, open and close. I suppose I could do that. I do have a setting for that, in fact. And I could set it to a very slow frame rate. Yeah, fuck it, let's do that right now. Have I got this open? Okay, so the door will be near the bottom, I feel like. Yeah, door, panel, door. So we're using door texture. I would need a special animation for this that isn't just loop. And so actually I would have to make this. I haven't done this in a minute. I've got helpers now that mean I don't have to do this. So what do I need? I need a game animation. And we'll say door anim is equal to animation from sprite sheet. And then I say door texture. But you're the texture, you're not the sprite sheet, so I have to make a sprite sheet first. And then the frames per second, I was saying I could make it really low, so we could go 3.0. Just 3 frames per second. And then that would mean that I also need a sprite sheet, so game sprite sheet door sheet equals, I mean, I think what you can do actually is just this, and then it implies that you're going to use the sprite sheet. And then what's needed here? What do you take to instantiate? Sprite sheet surely takes the door texture. There we go. And then we get the number of rows and columns in the sheet. It looks like from those numbers, oh yeah, it would be 1 row with 3 columns. Yeah. So in fact I can do that down here. Just simplifies what we've got there, I think. Or am I crazy? Oh, well, door texture isn't the right thing. It needs to be door sheet. And now are you going to complain, IDE? What's your problem? No instance of constructor. Oh, that's right, because I'm using the constructor. So that's why I have to do it this way, this here. And then door anim dot set cycle. And I'll bet it's game animation cycle. Let's have it ping pong. This is a lot, but it's because we're doing a special thing. You can see how usually my props and things, I can instantiate them in 1 or 2 lines, but this is because I'm doing a special little setup with a ping pong animation and 3 frames per second. And so now, instead of prop type from sheet, how do I pack this all together? We make a animated sprite. Is there a from here? No, then probably we can just use the constructor directly. And then, but what is it? What's the constructor? You are a prop type. A prop type. We're trying to make a prop type. Ah. And so a prop type should take God, I don't remember what the... I shouldn't have to say all this. There's no from constructor for this. Okay, here we go. So the name, followed by the animated sprite. And the animated sprite can be constructed from the sprite sheet, which is door sheet, and the animation, which is door anim. Like that. What's my problem? I think because I need to open and close it like that. What are you? Oh, I see. Like that. And then if we put in the dot stuff, then that'll all get applied, and it'll be added in the usual place, and there we go. Simple as that. Or not. It might not actually build if I did it wrong. That's what I was trying to do. So there are... there are 3 frames of animation to that door. I guess it's just, we say that it's freaking out, or we could change the speed of it to maybe 6, double it. It'll be like there's a ghost in the machine. Everything else in the scene is actually at 8 frames per second, so let's see what it looks like when it's at 8 frames per second. That's funny. That's funny. And just looking at this, is there like, can I consolidate? I think what you could do is like that. And then this is probably best actually being pre-made like that, because we also want to set the ping pong. Oh, but you're using the door sheet in order to instantiate yourself, which is why this needs to exist in advance, which is why I can't actually consolidate it, really. Yeah, I do have to do it long form. We make a texture, and then from the texture we make a sprite sheet, and we split it up on its rows and its columns, and then we make an animation, which we are creating based on the sprite sheet. I could do it without... Yeah, hey. Could you do this? So, we've got door sheet. It's just like that. And then you're not going to tell me what the constructor for an animation looks like? This IDE kind of sucks, I'll be honest with you, VS Code, in comparison to other things that I've used. Not that great. What am I looking for? Animation. So you'll put that under game. Range min, range max, start frame, stop frame, frames per second. Okay. So, range min, so 0 to 0 to 8.0 F. Oh, but we can't set the cycle in the constructor? Is there like an overload? No, that's just the helper. So if I can't set the cycle in the constructor, then I do have to pre-create that. But what I can do is like door anim equals this. And then we get the same thing, and then we set the ping pong, and then we use it. And it's just slightly less verbose code. Wait, no, there's a reason why there's no semicolon there, and so we should get the same result. Yeah. And that's the end of the live stream, everybody. You can switch in and out of scenes. Yeah, I'm very happy with where I am right now. With this code. With the game, next thing is making triggers. Triggers so that we can have the door on a trigger. You walk over here and it opens while you're standing there, and then you can walk through it while it's open, kind of a deal. And that's triggers so that you could stand in front of the TV and hit a button, and then it'll pop up something that, you know, shows you what's really on the TV. Triggers so that you could sit on the sofa. Triggers so that you could go to the, you know, play a game of chess. Triggers so that you can find a hidden object in your houseplant if you're clever enough to. I've got some ideas already about how I'll put this game together. I think there might be a hidden item to be found in the houseplant if you're just poking around and kind of trying things everywhere, because I'm thinking in the language of colors that this blue is going to indicate like good shit you should be paying attention to. If the chessboard's going to be that blue and the game is going to be around chess, then I'm going to encourage the idea of, you know, the players should develop a habit of expecting good things from blue. That's fun. Easter eggs, Sister Macy. Yes. Thank you all for joining me. We did some good low speed running today, and certainly we're closer and closer with each attempt to picking up 5th rank, or to picking up the 6 seconds that we need. But more so, like at this point, I feel as though maybe I can get to a sub 13 time. Maybe I can get that. You know, we were just on a run. Our last good run of the day brought us into hell with how much time save? I don't even remember. But it was double digits. And we're already at 13:22. If we were coming in with like 15 seconds of time save, then if I would have just carried that time save all the way through, we're talking about I need another 5 seconds in order to hit, sub 13. So maybe sub 13 is on the table, which I really wasn't thinking about before. We will only find out by coming back here on every Thursday and Sunday to watch Froden Pawn speedrun more Clustertruck. Maybe. That could do. Also, if you're interested in game design or pixel art, stuff like that, in fact, join me back over here in the Get Real scene, because I will show you Pixelorama. This is what I've been using to make my my pixel art. I just learned it up, just picked it up. So it's very new to me, but everything is where I expect it to be and everything. So here's my tile set of like static tiles for the apartment scene. We've got all the different kinds of wall. We've got a wall with a bit missing, is what's going on there. That's for around the door, so that the door can be wider than a tile, kind of a deal. But you've got that, and then for animations and stuff, We've got the Holo TV. And you'll see down here in the interface, you get, make up your frames. And you can do layers, and it's good stuff. If you're interested in pixel art, game design, coding, Raylib, any of that kind of stuff, then you could also follow me at Pawn Labs. Twitch.tv/Pawn Labs is the channel that I have resurrected from the dead to use for when I'm, going to be working on the game and feeling like sharing what I'm doing. Feeling like what I'm doing is probably interesting enough to maybe put on a screen and watch background or something. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that we do on Pawn Labs then, right there. What? Fuck off. I can't don't exit without saving. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. I'm such a positive fella. No one cares. I'm back here Thursdays, Sundays. We never know when. Some o'clock. You say that's not the way to get on with life. I agree, but we don't pretend to get on with it. Come on now.